Excuse me for a bit. I'm still gearing up a little bit to do this podcast of sorts. Maybe wait for a couple people. Uh, but what I'm gonna do, I don't know why, I had this idea earlier this week where I wanted to talk about my favorite visual novels. Now, part of the reason that I decided to do this was because I caught a couple of videos on YouTube talking about certain visual novels like Raging Loop and it was called like Chaos Gate or something like that. I don't know. Apparently, it was like a predecessor or not a prequel. It came out before Steins Gate, which I know is like a very regarded one. The kind of visual novels that I end up liking are the ones that have like a game and then have visual novel stuff bookending it. And the perfect example would be the Zero Escape games, because those are just a bunch of escape room puzzles, and then there's a lot of text and some voice acting between them. And one of the things that I like about the Zero Escape games is basically just how batshit crazy.
Digital_Dolly says I'm a robot.
Hey Luna. Very funny. I just realized this. I already told you on the DMs, but I'll just say it for the sake of the podcast. Very funny. My good friend and fan Luna. There is a character named Luna in this game. And I don't think that I don't think it fully fits anymore. I just say, yeah, there's a character named Luna, and and she's so and so, but it's like that's it. Well, no, not really, not even that. It's just like there's a character named Luna. There's no comparison behind that where it's like, isn't it ironic? Like, no, it's not. But anyway. When I first discovered this game, very first game.
Digital_Dolly says show them lol.
Show who? I'm kind of already showing the characters. Oh, you mean the DMs? God damn it, then I have to like set up a whole new scene. I know I'm gonna like boomer my way out of this, it's just... Oh, okay, so this is Luna. Wait, can I see? Oh, okay. On the right side, on the second row, do you have like the Egyptian girl? The girl to the right with the red hair? That's Luna. Can't really see. Yeah, you can't see my cursor. Wait, let me... I have a capture cursor on. Oh, okay. This is Luna. Sorry, I forgot. I had to click on the thing. Now, she's kind of sort of related to another character that you'll see in a later game. So these characters on the right, they're from the second game, Virtue's Last Reward.
Digital_Dolly says lol. We're both gingers now.
Yeah. So these characters are from the first two games, right? So you have 999 or... I forget what it was. Is it... I always forget the... I always forget the... I'm not going to play that much. I don't know if the music would get me muted, so... Okay, 9 hours, 9 persons, 9 doors. I always forget the order that those three are in. I keep thinking 9 persons is left. Whatever. Everyone just calls it 999 for short. When I first heard this game, somebody like called it like a Michael Crichton novel, an anime Michael Crichton novel. And that's probably a little too generous. The game actually had, so it came out originally on the 3DS. And it actually had a demo, not on the 3DS, but online. There was like a Flash version that had like the first chapter, like the first, I don't know, 20 minutes of the game. And I played it, and it seemed very anime. Like, I was like, this is nothing like a... I mean, not that I read Michael Crichton novels, but as we all know, Michael Crichton did write Jurassic Park. I think he also wrote the book that would later become that movie Sphere, which came out in the late 90s, early 2000s. If you don't know, it's about a bunch of divers in an underground lab, and then some weird stuff happens. There's like a weird, mysterious orb, or the sphere, and it fucks with people psychologically. I think Michael Crichton did that too. Wrote the original book. So I was like, okay, yeah, that's... but then I played it, and it just came off as like kind of anime cliche, like the main character meets his childhood friend, and the girl falls on top of him at some point, and he's all like, whoa, this hot girl, because he doesn't know it's his childhood friend at first, because he hadn't seen her in a while.
Digital_Dolly says, was Danganronpa inspired by this? I'm fully judging based on art style here.
I don't know. Oh, I think it was made by this. I think it was the same publisher. I don't think the same developer, but it's definitely the same publisher. Spike Chunsoft did publish both this series and Danganronpa, and that is another series that I do like. Except I've only played the third one. I know enough about the first and second. Well, the first one at least. I didn't think I would like it. There's kind of a funny story with the Danganronpa series. So, for a very long time, it wasn't translated to English, right? They didn't come out with like an official English version until like years later after the Japanese version. So what had happened was that on the Something Awful forums, which if you don't know, used to be kind of sort of the zeitgeist of the internet in the early 2000s, right? And then you had 4chan, and then Reddit, and then social media, and whatever. But before social media and 4chan, you had fucking message boards. Those were the big thing. They still exist today, but they're not nearly as big as they used to be. Something Awful was like the big one back then. There was in fact, they kind of spawned the Let's Play thing, because they're the ones that came up with that term Let's Play. And, you know, that eventually would just become an umbrella term for recording yourself playing a video game. The reason it was called Let's Play is because it was supposed to be like an audience participation thing. So, one of the very first Let's Play threads was a guy playing Final Fantasy 1, and the audience participation... Excuse me, I'm getting a little phlegmy. Maybe because of the eggnog. What was I saying? Okay, so guy was playing Final Fantasy 1, and he said, hey guys, name my characters. And of course everyone was like, dongs! Or butts! Or whatever. And then that was it. You know, like, then the guy played through Final Fantasy 1. Maybe he also asked them, like, what the classes will be. I don't know. So there's an audience participation thing from that. And then it kind of became a looser thing where it's like, I'm going to play a game, and I'm going to comment over it. I'm going to riff on it. And the ones I would end up liking the most were the ones that are like very loose with it. There's a group called the Freelance Astronauts. Testing the levels of my... And they were the first ones where it's like, yeah, it's just 4 guys. They're playing a game. They're just riffing on it. They're not like the original Let's Players where it's like, I'm going to show you every single level. I'm going to tell you about every single aspect. And I'm going to show every little thing about it. Like, this is more of a guided tour through a video game rather than just like me just playing a video game talking over it. Kind of sort of a walkthrough, but like a very guided tour type of walkthrough. Freelance Astronauts were just like, we're just going to play a game, we're just going to talk over it. And that's the kind of shit that I like. That was the kind of thing that I always wanted to see since I was a kid, right? Like in the 90s, seeing video footage of video games on TV and such. It's like I just want like a Mystery Science Theater type dealy, where it's like people playing a video game, they're cracking jokes over it. And the Freelance Astronauts were the first people that I saw that were doing that. Anyway, try not to derail myself. So, a Let's Play thread was made for the original Japanese version of the first Danganronpa game, which again came out years before the official English release. I already had some eggnog, so if I'm slurring, that's why. So, for the longest while, it was the only way to consume anything Danganronpa. So, actually, you got a lot of like people either making accounts for something awful or just lurking. And so Lotax, the guy that ran the site, actually got a little bit
Digital_Dolly says some kid on Tumblr tried to cut his finger off in order to properly cosplay Nogito Komeda from Danganronpa, but the kid chickened out.
Boo! Anyway. Pussy! Anyway. Wait, which one is that? This won't show my fucking... Oh, okay, that guy. Okay. Hopefully it won't show my fucking... hometown again, like it did last year. Not last year, yesterday. Whatever. Anyway, so... Which one is the picture of the guys? Yeah, these guys. Okay. Excuse me. So Lotax actually was like a little bit advantageous about it. So like he would actually close off, because like the forums were like actually like very regulated. You actually had to buy an account because back then it was like really expensive to run a server for a message forum, especially one as big as the Something Awful ones. So shortly after, like a couple years after it formed, they charged like $10 to make an account. And of course, if you got banned for whatever reason, you had to pay another $10. But you were free for, well, somewhat to, like, lurk. Like, just look, not create an account, just lurk or whatever. But he kind of got a little bit mercenary, a little bit capitalistic, and would block off the Let's Play forums at certain times, so to force people to make accounts so they could look at the Danganronpa thread, because it was the most popular fucking thing on the site for a while. And people would be allowed to make banner ads on the site. They would pay like $5, $10, whatever, to make a banner ad. Mostly it was just for shit posting. They wouldn't link to anything. It would just be like, yeah, this guy sucks or whatever. Sometimes if you paid extra, it can link to a certain thing. People would troll and put like spoilers to certain things on it, like to movies or whatever. The only one that Lotax rejected were banner ads that spoiled Danganronpa, because he knew that would be fucking, that would turn people away. I don't blame the guy. The guy kind of came across a fucking goldmine here. Somebody was playing this game that like hadn't come out in English in any other capacity. It somehow gained this huge traction because, Danganronpa would be a thing that would be referenced and all that stuff from years afterwards. But even before it came out with an official English release, it was followed very heavily because the guy that did the Let's Play was a translator, so he translated all the dialogue from Japanese to English. And there was actually some contention about, like, certain phrases, because the idea with Danganronpa is that each character was an expert in their field or whatever. And so, like, sometimes they were referred to, depending on the translation, referred to as, like, the super ultimate baseball player. Or sometimes it would be translated as the unique so-and-so baseball guy or whatever. Like they couldn't quite transliterate the phrase that would say like, this guy's the best of the best of his thing. But anyway, Why does everyone talk about Nagito Kinney? It's supposedly Nagito Kinney. Oh, kinfolk, whatever. Cut off their arm a few times. It was probably fake. Gory, not gory at all. But the guy tried. What the fuck? The guy tried to cut off some shit. Oh, suspended account. Okay, I can't look at it. There's nothing there. But I don't want to talk about Danganronpa. I want to talk about Zero Escape. That's besides the point. Maybe I'll get to Danganronpa because I absolutely loved the third game. Like I said, I didn't play the first two, but because I felt like I already kind of. Because by the time I played the third game, I felt like I kind of absorbed the first two by cultural osmosis. You know what I mean? Like all the memes and shit. And then the third one came out. And I'm like, maybe I'll play this one. And then, I looked it up being like, do I need to play the first two games in order to play the third one? And it turns out not really. And not only do you not really need to play the first two games, like you wouldn't be completely lost if you hadn't played it. It also kind of recontextualizes the first two games. I don't want to elaborate any more on that without spoiling the game right now. Probably spoil it later. Like I said in the pinned message, I'm gonna spoil the shit out of Zero Escape. So before I go spoil other shit, might as well spoil this shit. So, got my Monster Energy drink, I got my eggnog, I got a whole canteen full of water to keep myself hydrated, because I'm not an idiot. And I got my vape. All right. Zero Escape. So I played a little bit of the demo, and I was like, it's okay. I don't know. It doesn't seem like the thing I wanted to. Like the
Digital_Dolly says I've never played Danganronpa or Zero Escape, but I go to a gay art school, so I don't have to play to understand it.
Yeah. It's kind of one of those Danganronpa really much more so than Zero Escape. Zero Escape seems to be the slightly more grounded version of Danganronpa. It's the thinking man's Danganronpa. No, it's not. Zero Escape is a different flavor of Danganronpa. It's not as outlandish as Danganronpa is. The characters are not like, I'm the super secret ultra dictator. Like, there's not going to be a lovable dictator like Kokichi. The grape. The greatest. The goat. The grape. Kokichi. AKA this guy.
Wow, another reference we don't get. You must be a hardcore loser.
That's my old man obscure reference alarm that anybody can activate during my normal streams if I make an old man reference as an elder millennial making a
Digital_Dolly says they're both flamboyantly gay franchises. Suck my dick.
I completely agree. 999 not so much so. I just don't feel like it's... I mean, it is, but I feel like it's a little more subdued. I have a feeling that there are people that like one... If you're into that shit, you like one franchise more than the other, and you probably look down on the other one, where you're like, yeah, that... Oh yeah, that Zero Escape I love. That Danganronpa, that's too gay for me. It's like, I feel it. I don't know. But I played the Zero Escape games first before I played any Danganronpas, so I'm more in line with the Zero Escape games. So the demo... buckle the fuck up.
Digital_Dolly says 999 is Danganronpa, but closeted.
Exactly! 999 is straight acting Danganronpa. That's exactly what it is. $9.99 is the I'm only gay when I go to a porno theater or whatever, a porno booth, and have anonymous sex with other guys that also only be gay when they go to a back of a porno booth or whatever. I don't know. That's not my scene. I remember, I told you my bestie works at an adult store. They manage one. They're not the owner, but they do manage it. They kind of do have the most responsibility outside of the owner because they're just really good at their job. They're really knowledgeable. They're just good. They're a good person. I absolutely love them. Anyway, when I first went to their store to hang out with them because they were like really busy, once in a while a guy would come in, like a middle-aged person, slap down $5 or $10 on the desk. My bestie would press a button, it would make a buzzer noise, and the door in the back would open. So I asked him, like, what the hell is that? And it's like, they're like, that's the porno booths. And at first, I'm like, and I kind of figured it out because next to them is a giant, not giant, probably like a 20-inch, like, monitor that looks like one of the security systems where there's, like, that shows, like, every single camera angle, like, on different squares. Except it's all porno movies. So you got the fucking, basically to the left of them, like when I'm hanging out with my friend, always to the left of them, they have the fucking, like, they have the fucking gooning screen. The kind of screen you would look like if you goon, right? And you're like, I need to consume all of this porno so that I can have tantric masturbation, or whatever the fuck gooning is. Thanks, Gene Hollywood. Almost dead named Gene Hollywood. Well, not really dead name because that was their performative name, but whatever. Anyway. They kind of popularized the term gooning. Anyway. Which is funny because goons used to refer to Something Awful members. Somebody referred to... They trolled some other website some time ago, and a guy was like, "Get fuck off, goons," or whatever. He just called them goons, and then that just stuck. So, SA forum members were called goons. I used to be a goon, although I was mostly a lurker. Blah 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 blah. That was a lifetime ago. So anyway. And I actually made a joke to them, being like, that's the weirdest security system you got there, bestie. And they didn't quite get it at first, because they were like, no, that's not a security system. And I'm like, I know, but that looks like a weird security system, you know, where it shows, like, all the different camera angles, except it's just all certain porn. Anyway. So, so they tell me, there's porno booths back there. And I'm like, oh. It's like, how many of them are there? And they're like, there's 5. And one of them seats 3 people, and one of them seats 5 people. And at first I thought, wait, are they having, like, porno viewing parties back there? And then it took me a minute to dawn on me, oh, right, they're not just exclusively watching porno back there, they're doing other things. The porno is just kind of a backdrop to other shit that these guys are doing when they go back there. Sometimes swingers would go in there. Like, I would hear, like, a couple laughing. Like, in the back. And my bestie would be like, yeah, Raven, don't ignore that. That's just... that's just the back rooms. I'm like, okay. I never went back there, but I imagine it's actually like the back rooms. But there's also a bunch of TV screens with porn on it. Apparently all the porno...
_Dolly says older millennials and boomers needing to dual screen their porn to keep their neurons activated.
Yeah, it's... I think it would be the younger people, because apparently they're the ones that are the least they're the ones that have the smaller attention spans. I don't really believe that. I'm not going to be like, oh, these kids today, blah 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 blah. Fucking I have a low attention span. I saw a video of a kid, I'm assuming an early teenager, playing Fortnite, but he's also got one of those neck-mounted phone holders, so he's watching YouTube videos while he's playing Fortnite, and person recording the video, which I assume is their parent, being like, look at this kid, he's totally saying, they say that kids can't multitask, look at this kid multitasking. Kind of being sarcastic, being like, kids these days, they don't have attention spans, they need to look at fucking Subway Surfers while they're looking at, the clips of Family Guy. Which, mind you, yes, that is a thing, but as the guy from, Michael from Vsauce said, we always done that. When we talk to each other 100 years ago, we would also look at birds. Nowadays, when we watch clips of Family Guy, we watch somebody playing Subway Surfer. Or, somebody making slime. Or one of those weird, one of those weird mobile games where a stick figure would walk through gates that say, like, +2, or divide by 5, and then they walk through the gate, and if they're playing well, they walk through the +2 gate, and then 2 more guys spawn, and they're shooting a thing as a number on it. As far as I know, that game doesn't actually exist. That's like a fake game that every mobile ad makes. The game where somebody runs through gates. But as far as I know, that game doesn't actually exist. It's like when, in the mid-90s, when they would make commercials for games in the PlayStation era, and they would only show the cutscenes. Like Final Fantasy VII, when that came out, they only showed the cutscenes. They never showed any of the actual gameplay. Because then you're just supposed to look at it and be like, holy shit, it's like a movie. You have no idea how it plays. Like, if you don't know anything about Final Fantasy, you'd be like, oh, wow, is this like a movie that you play? And then, like, I imagine a lot of people probably bought this game because they saw it on TV, and then they're like, oh, it's just like a weird... It's like a weird fighting game, but, like, you choose in a menu. What do I press to punch a guy? Yeah, so, like, that's the nowadays version. Where it's like, yeah, you see a mobile game, or it's the one where it's like a guy has a number on it, and then you drag it over a monster that has a lower number, and then the guy will kill the monster and then take their number and add it to their number. But of course, whoever's playing in the demo always fucks up. Because here's the truth about those kinds of ads. They were A/B tested to shit. Meaning that A/B testing is when you show like one version of a thing to one audience and another version of a thing to another audience, right? You know, like when you do medicine testing, you would have like a control and then the actual drug. This is like that, except there's no control. It's just one, you're showing group A to one people and group B to another people, right? So they would make ads, and they would have one kind of ad. Yeah, they have 2 different kinds of ads, and they would tally like how many people clicked on the ad depending on which version, right? And then they would take that version and then make 2 versions of that, and then show that to 2 different groups of people, and then tally those things up, and then take the best of that, make another version. So they just keep going down. They would just keep taking the best of 2 and then making variations to that one, and then just keep going down. And apparently, that resulted in ads where it shows a guy really, really bad at playing a mobile game. Apparently, that's the kind of ad that people that gets the most people to click on the ads is somebody fucking up a mobile game.
Digital_Dolly says we have smaller attention spans, but my generation hates the concept of having to interact with people in order to get laid, so instead of fucking other people, we dual screen modded sim swinger parties and Harry Styles vampire fanfiction, in order to get off.
Yeah, and if you're even more high-tech, you have AI. You have, like, what do they call it? Stable diffusion. I fuck with stable diffusion a little bit, but mostly to make, like, weird concepts, where it's like, what if Misty, but, like, in an 80s dance club? What if, my D&D party members, but in a early 90s fantasy film? You know what I mean? I might show them someday. You probably already saw the ones of me I used to show on my stream. Yeah, I mean, but anyway, because you know how, like, some, like, last year or a year ago or 2 years ago, people would make those videos on YouTube that's like, so and so is a 80s dark fantasy film, Breaking Bad is a dark fantasy film, Star Wars is a dark fantasy film. I did something like that with the guys from Red Letter Media. And I typed in, like, 1970s Giallo film, which are basically, like, Italian horror films, because one of them would always reference Italian horror films. And it just came up with, like, this weird concept. And that's like, my most viewed fucking, video. Got, like, 50,000 views of, like, this AI-generated bullshit.
Digital_Dolly says we either fuck with character I, or we actually despise it.
Yeah, tell me about it. Listen, I'm never gonna be the kind of person that's like, no, dude, this is real art. I'm an artist just like you. I'm a prompter engineer, man. I'm just an artist. I know what words to type to make to make the things appear. Like, I'm never gonna be like that. I like messing with that stuff, but I'm never gonna say, like, this is the future, man. Like, no, it's not. I mean, it kinda is, but not in the way that, people think it's gonna be. Like, maybe 10, 20 years down the line. I don't know, but like I said, I like to fuck with that. I fuck with it just to make up dumb shit. I'm never gonna use it in, like, a commercial sense. I know the immorality of it. Like, I'm never gonna do that, because, like, you're depriving actual artists. I might make that as, like, mock-ups, being like, I kind of want something that looks like this, but then I would get an actual artist to make the thing. So.
Digital_Dolly says I still prefer my 2010s Wattpad YouTuber alter ego fanfiction over AI.
Yeah. But now we also have text AI. We have character.ai. The text shit. That's weird. I mess with that stuff sometimes. Like I said, I had that period where I would quote unquote message antagonistic characters, mostly women, and then ask them to kill me. I don't know why. I might have been going through a depressive spout at that point. A sprout, depression, whatever. I don't know. And then, like I said, I went up to one of the, you know, the three girls in Resident Evil 8? Yeah, the one with the big lady Jamal or whatever, with the white dress, and she's like 9 feet tall, whatever. Her three daughters. I did a chat with one of those characters, and I was like, "Hey, lady." Well, first it always starts out with me like saying something stupid, being like, "Hey, girl, you got blood on your face. You got something on your face. You might want to." And then she's like, "That's the blood of my enemies. What are you doing here?" And I'm like, "I don't know. I'm lonely, horny, and I want to die. Can you help me?" And it's like, "You really want me to kill you?" And I'm like, "Yeah, kinda." And then they'll always be like, "You don't deserve to die. You're too pathetic to die." And I'm like, "Come on! That's the worst thing you can say to somebody that's suicidal. Not that I'm suicidal, but you know what I mean. Harry Styles one-shots, vampire or something. Harry's a vampire, and YN never dresses for the... Oh, you? I'm guessing that's you. Should YN be out in the middle of the woods at 12 in the morning since she has a 9 o'clock class the next day? No. Is she, though? Well, yes, but to no fault of her own, she would like to add. Niall had said something out, blah, blah, blah. I'm not going to read all this. I'm sorry. This is a I never perused Wattpad. The only reason I even know of Wattpad is because of Jenny Nicholson. When she did that video about fucking One Direction. Oh, your name. Okay. YN means your name. Do they have like a feature where you type in your name and it just replaces YN with your name? Because I find it kind of weird if I read something and it just keeps saying YN. And it's like, I'd rather just have it be like you or just a generic name like Jane or whatever. I don't know. Then again, I'm not a 14-year-old girl that needs to implant myself in a fan fiction about Harry Styles fighting vampires or being a vampire or turning me into a vampire. I don't know. Like I said, I'm too old for that shit. And too male for that shit. Oh my god, what was that?
_Dolly says this is peak literature though.
I'm sure it is. But I'm already derailing shit as it is. I honestly forgot the last thing I was talking about. I know I'm supposed to be talking about Zero Escape, but that kind of just went off the rails already. I warned you people yesterday, anybody that just happened to see my whatever, it was going to start as a visual novel thing, but it's just almost immediately I knew 100% without a shadow of a doubt that it was just going to derail the shit. But to no fault of anyone else but my own. I'm not passing blame to anybody. That's the nature of this podcast. That's just how it is. Sometimes with character AI, I would take so they would make what they call LORAs, LORAs, and it would be of basically a bunch of data.
_Dolly says explain the plot of 999.
Okay, so 9 people are captured. A man in a mask shows up at their place. Fills their room with some sort of gas to knock them out. Just takes out one of those gas grenades. Smoke grenades. Knocks them out with sleep gas. They then wake up in a cabin of what looks like an old cruise ship. Like the Titanic. And then they have to solve a puzzle to get out. And a lot of these puzzles, especially when it comes to when it actually comes to escaping the room, involve the concept of digital roots. Now, a digital root is when you add 2 numbers until you get a single digit. Now, what do I mean by that? So, if you say you have 9 and 6, right? You say, what's the digital... Oh, no, I'm sorry. What's the digital root of 23? Okay, what is that? So you would add 2 and 3 together, and you get a 5. That's the digital root. What if it's a bigger number, like 97, right? What's the digital root of 97? Well, you add 9 and 7, you get 16, and then you add those 2 together, and you get 7. You keep adding the digits until you get a single digit. Imagine if you have a really, really big number, it would take a long time. But eventually, you would get the digital root for every single number. So when you play as the main character, Junpei, which is the guy on the bottom left, right? Guy in the blue vest. Blue vest is best. Podcast best. He runs into his childhood friend, June. Well, no, Akane. Her name is Akane. But he calls her June because each person, besides Junpei, because he's kind of an idiot, realizes, hey, we shouldn't call each other by our real names because we were captured by some dude. He might not actually know who we are, so the less we talk about our own identities, the better. So, Junpei was like, oh, hey, Connie, how you doing? Or whatever. And then everyone's like, wait, who's Akane? And it's like, no, my name's June. And then Junpei's like, oh, shit. Well, I might as well tell you my name. My name is Junpei. He doesn't have a nickname. Everyone else has a nickname. So there's Lotus. This is the belly dancer looking girl. The girl with the pink hair, her name is Clover. I forget if that's the name she actually goes by. I don't know. Everyone has like a nickname. This guy's name is Snake. This guy's name is Mountain or something like that. This guy's name was Lion. This dude's name was Santa, because he has white hair, I guess. Everyone gives themselves a nickname. And also, because it's a Japanese game, they also have some sort of, like, wordplay that also associates it with a number. So, Clover, because you think of four-leaf clover, her number was the number 4, because it turns out that every single player of this nonary game is assigned a number. They have a wristwatch that they cannot take off that has a number on it. And there would be doors with numbers on it. And the only way to get into each of those doors is to take each person's number, add them to a certain digital root, and if that digital root meets the number on the door, they can go into the door. So it's like a weird whatever. And they have to find the number 9 door within 9 hours, or the ship explodes and they die. So there would be plot, people talking to each other. Junpei runs into his childhood friend, and she falls on top of him, and he's like, "Whoa, my childhood, this girl fell on top of me," and that's what originally turned me off about this game. But then I watched somebody else play, and it went better. Then I liked it. So then, because this is a visual novel, there are a lot of branching paths. The branching paths in this game depends on which door you go into. Because I think your number is number 1. So there are multiple. So at multiple points in the game, you can go to a different door. Where it's like, oh, if I go with this guy and this guy, I can go through this door. Or I can choose to go with this guy and go to this other door. And then, depending on that, you do a different puzzle. And then the story will branch out from that. And then most of them will get to a different ending. And then you start the game over again. Now, initially, you just think that it starts over because it's a visual novel. You got to get all the endings before you get the true ending. But turns out there's some time travel shit. Why isn't that working? When November 11th happened, the next month, new president was elected. Funny, ain't it? Wait, the next month? Wait, I don't remember that. Talking about this game? I forget. I forget when this happened. I know there's a timeline. Kind of spoiling it, but then again, this whole thing is going to be spoilers. I think this is... I forget. I don't know. This game goes places. They never mentioned the president. But then again, by the second game, shit gets fucked enough that it doesn't matter. So basically what happens is that they find out that they're participating in a thing called the nonary game. And the nonary game is apparently some sort of game that's meant to awaken certain powers within people. There is a concept called the morphomagetic field. Morphomagetic field, whatever. And it's basically kind of like a sort of telepathy, except kind of sort of like a shared consciousness between whoever can access it, but there's also like a transponder and a receiver. So like one person transmits information through the ether into another person's head. It's not quite clear. And the thing that the big hook, or not the hook, the main device that's used in each of these games, it's different. And that's supposed to explain the time travel aspect. The time travel works different. You're not actually literally you're not going into like a phone booth and then going back to 18th whatever and then meeting Joan of Arc. What's happening is that characters will learn a thing. They will send that information to another timeline where a character would need to know that thing and then use that information to do that thing that they needed the information from. So if you go into a thing, like, let's say you encounter a computer and it needs a password. When you encounter that computer, you may or may not receive that information remotely from a alternate self in another timeline where they learned the password. And that's if you're sensitive to the morphogenetic field. You also find out about a substance called Ice-9. Now, if you read Kurt Vonnegut, I think that's how you pronounce it. I never read any of his books. That might sound very familiar. They just ripped off the concept of Ice-9 wholesale from Kurt Vonnegut. In his books, there's a substance called Ice-9, and it's basically ice that doesn't melt at room temperature. Then the Zero Escape games just ripped it off wholesale. Mind you, there is a substance actually called Ice-9 in real life, but it's nothing like the Ice-9 in the fictions. It's closer to the Kurt Vonnegut, whatever, blah, 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 blah. Anyway. I'm going to disable the male text-to-speech, because for some weird reason, it's not working. I don't know why. I'm only going to put in the female one. I'm going to turn that off. I don't know why the male one's not working. Okay. This is the female one. Blah, 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 blah. So, you also find out that there was already a non-rare game that happened years before this. Akane and Clover participated in this non-rare game when they were kids. It was an experiment, again, it was an experiment made by somebody to try to awaken their morphogenetic powers. Now, what had happened, you're first told that one of these kids died in the original non-rare game. That they went into a room that had a puzzle in it, they couldn't solve the puzzle in time, and the room burst into flame. But the guy at the top, I forget his name, was like Mountain or something like that, saved the other kids. And he's the one that tells you, like, oh yeah, this one girl didn't make it, I forget her name, blah, 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 blah. It turns out that girl was Akane. And he lied. The girl didn't die. But the puzzle she had to solve, she was not able to solve it on her own. She needed somebody from the current non-rare game to transmit the data from their puzzle to her puzzle 9 years ago. And so what happens at the end of the game, I'm just going to spoil this one because it is important, whatever. The games that I know more about, I know that the other two games more than this one anyway. And I feel like if I go too much into 999, I'll never finish this. It doesn't matter. I mean, it does, but at the same time it doesn't. Who cares? So, like I said, the game originally came on a 3DS, right? What would play out on the top screen would be the visuals, like what Junpei sees, and when he's in a puzzle room, what he looks at, and stuff like that. On the bottom screen would be like your inventory and such. But during the visual novel parts, it would have narration. The dialogue of the characters would appear at the top, but the narration, there would be a narrator narrating the events of the story on the bottom screen. It turns out that this omnipotent, originally you just thought was just a detached, omnipotent narrator, was actually a Kane from the future retelling the events of this game. And so anything that happens in the bottom screen was Kane's point of view of this. And everything that happened in the top screen was Junpei's view of this. When they later ported this to other systems that only had one screen, they kind of fucked it up. And so, like, it didn't quite have the same impact because you were able to switch between the dialogue version and the narration version. But most people would just think that, oh, it's just different ways of viewing the story, right? Because you can either have the narration that would just straight up tell you what's happening, or you can have the dialogue version and just have, I mean, the dialogue, you would hear the dialogue no matter what, but if you have the dialogue only version, it would just be people being like, oh wow, look at this thing I'm looking at. Wow, isn't that crazy? They kind of had to add extra dialogue in order to, like, make sense of things if you're only looking at the dialogue. Whereas in the original 3DS version, that wasn't the case because you're always looking at the narration because it was on a separate screen. But that's besides the point. So it turns out that, like I said, one screen was Akane, top screen was Junpei, the guy you're playing as. Akane, and then Akane was the girl in the original Nonary game that had to solve that puzzle, which was like a variant of Sudoku. So what you do with the final puzzle is you flip the 3DS around so that the interactive part, because remember, only one of those screens is a touch screen, and normally it's the bottom screen. But you flip it around so that the top screen is the touch screen, and then you use that because now you're actually interacting with something as Junpei. You're solving a puzzle, and then Akane is on the bottom screen, young Akane, looking at the solution. So you type in the solution to this Joku puzzle, and then she gets out and survives. Which also explains why that every single ending where you don't help Akane solve this puzzle results in you playing that day over again. Is because you don't change the past events to help her survive. So every time you get an ending, you play the events of the game over again. So that's the kind of thing about it, is that they actually take account of the concept of multiple endings, and they make it so that every ending is technically canon, because though that would be a thing that your character would experience until he gets to the true ending. So that character does experience every single ending, and then it's implied that he saw all of them because of the whatever, I don't know, whatever. But yeah. So you have what was I saying? Hold on a second. Also, Clover goes insane at one point, hits you in the back with an axe. So that her nickname becomes Cleaver instead of Clover. And then, yeah, but that's just one of the endings. But because that wasn't the canonical, that wasn't the final ending, that wasn't the final timeline that the next game would branch off of, right? Because even though every ending is canonical, only one timeline could actually continue on to another thing. So in those endings, Clover didn't flip the fuck out and hit Junpei in the back with an axe. Right before he tries to get on a submarine. Oh, and then it turns out that the motivation behind one of the guys doing the original Nonary game, the one you don't play in because it took place before the events of the first game, the reason he did it is because he suffers from a condition, I forget what it was called, but it's based on a real-life condition where you can't see faces. Now, for the longest time, I didn't understand what that meant, because I was like, wait, did they just see a blur with the guy's faces? And it turns out not really. What that means is, how it works is that normally a human being, when they see a face, they can automatically sense a face, right? Like sensing faces is just hard-coded into our brains. So that's why we see faces in things that don't actually have a face, like the optical illusion with the vase, and then the silhouettes, the negative space on each side would form a face. We're able to see that right away because of our inherent nature to see faces. There was like a Vsauce video where like Michael was talking about how if you shined 3 lights into the womb of a pregnant lady, right? If you just shine it on her belly, and it's 2 lights over 1 light, so like an upside down triangle. Well, actually, if you just shine like a triangle, right, 1 light over 2 lights, the fetus doesn't react. Sees it, doesn't give a shit. But if you shine it upside down, 2 lights over 1 light, it'll respond to it. And the theory is that because it sees it as a face, 2 eyes and a nose. Very, 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 very basic face-looking thing. But again, we see it. And when we see someone's face, we instantly recognize who that person is. Somebody with this condition, they don't have that inherent nature of recognizing a face. They can see the features of the face just fine. They can see their eyes. Why is my, Oh. The thing's not working. I don't know why. That sucks. Wait, did I accidentally... Wait, what did I... Turn off something. Turn off the... Weird. Why is that not working? Stupid, voice thing. Anyway. So Digital Dolly says, you mean... prosopagnosia, I think it's called? Yes, that's what it's called. Okay, yeah, no problem. Yeah, it's a better idea. I don't know why my text-to-speech stopped working. It sucks, because then it's like, if I wanted to... I don't even know if I'm going to make an audio version of this. This is the fucking nightmare. What was I saying? Okay. So the guy suffers from this condition. Now, what that means is that he can see the individual features of the guy's face, but he can't automatically recognize the person based on those features. So, if we saw a friend of ours, we see their face, and you're like, oh, that's my friend Matt. We'd see that right away. We see their face, and you're like, that's Matt. Somebody with this condition would have to be like, okay, brown eyes, slim nose, goatee, glasses. Oh, that's Matt. They would have to consciously take account of the features and then figure out who it is based on those features. Like, they would have to consciously be like, okay, yeah, he's got, okay, brown eyes, glasses, goatee, yeah, that's Matt. That's what that means. They can see faces, but not in the sense that most people can. So, but the guy had that, and then for some reason he made a Saw-esque game. It's kind of like, this game's kind of like Saw, in the sense that, like, a bunch of people get kidnapped and are forced to play a game or else they'll die. Like I said, they have to find the number 9 door or else they'll die. But that never happens, I don't think. Like, because more likely your character gets killed before. But then, the twist is that it wasn't a number 9. It was the letter Q. And the letter Q is, I think, translates to the number 0. It translates to a number that would be the digital root of every single character. So it's like, we all get to escape, because originally they were like, well, only some of us can escape because only certain combinations of us, the digital root is 9. So, like, eventually some of us are going to have to be left behind. And then somebody's like, no, it's not a 9. It's a Q. It's a lowercase q. We can all escape. That's the kind of twist this game has. Like I said, this game rules. But that's besides the point. We go on to Virtue's Last Reward. Let me look at this. So, a year or two later. Let's take a look at this very quickly. Okay. Kind of spoiling if you're watching the video version. But, the game's stupid. So, fuck it. Fast forward a year later. Plays a man named Sigma. Sigma Climb. Klim. First name Sigma. Yes. Like the thing. This is before the... whatever. There's a lot of Greek letters in this. College student. He just finished his finals. His his midterms. He goes into his car, sees a guy in a mask. Car fills up with gas. He gets knocked out. He gets knocked out. Wakes up in an elevator with this girl. Her name is Phi. That's the one with the white hair. With what looks like she had like a fire, like a cherry bomb explode off the side and it's all burnt or whatever for some reason. Everyone has really dumb. There's no explanations for the designs of these characters. Like, why is this girl wearing only a gold necklace for a top? They never explain. Why is this guy wearing a top hat and kind of looks like he's a what do they call it, a ringleader? It's never explained. Why is this kid wearing a weird hat? Kind of explained, but in like a side note that you only unlock if you get a certain amount of, if you beat the hard version of a puzzle. He just stores it. They're just pockets he stores stacks in. That's it. Why is she dressed like, you'll see later, why is she dressed like a caveman? Because she's wearing like a leopard print bikini. It looks like something out of the Flintstones. Notice that this also has this thing out, the bun on top also has a leopard print. Why is she dressed like that? Never explained. The guy being in this guy that's dressed like this robot guy, that's explained. But that's it. Blech. So Sigma wakes up in an elevator next to this girl, Phi. He's like, "Hey girl, what's going on here?" And she's like, "I don't know." And then they have to solve a puzzle. Voice comes on. Intercom, and says, "Hey, if you don't solve this puzzle in the next 15 minutes, it's gonna drop, and you'll die." they have to solve a puzzle. And it's an escape room puzzle where it's like all these little puzzles. And it's like, oh, this forms a code. And then you match the code to some numbers or whatever. And then you type the numbers into a keypad. And then the keypad turns into a key. And then you put the key into a safe. And the safe has the key that escapes the room. And then you do. And then you all meet out in this giant warehouse. All these characters, they escape. And it turns out it was fake. They were in no danger of dying in that first room. That was just to motivate them to get the fuck out. All the characters meet up, and of course they're like, "Who the fuck are you? We don't know each other." And so you have Tenemoji, the old guy on the left. His name is Tenemoji. The kid with the hat, his name is Quark. The girl is Clover, who was in the first game too. The guy with the top hat, his name is Dio. That's Sigma in the middle. Phi, PHI next to her. The girl with that's only wearing a giant golden ring for a top. That's Alice. The girl on the far right is Luna, and the guy in the suit just calls himself K, like the letter K, because that's all he remembers. That's all he remembers as like something that relates to his name. It's like, I don't know, call me K. Why? I don't know. That's just the first thing I thought of when you asked me my name was the letter K. All right, fine, we'll call you K. You're very suspicious because you're dressed up. You're either a robot or you're in a robot suit, and you say you don't know why, but that's sus. But fine, we can't do anything about it. Apparently, you can't take the suit off. You find a keyhole in the back of his head, but they don't have the key. So, as far as we know, he's stuck. A voice comes. They all meet in this warehouse. Oh, also, the thing about Alice. During the first game, you hear this story about an Egyptian mummy that was found on the original Titanic. Because the ship that they're on wasn't really a ship. It was just a thing that looked like a ship in the middle of the desert. It was based off the Titanic. They were thought at first, it's like, is this the actual Titanic? And then they dug it up and then turned into this death thing. I don't know. It turns out not really. They made a copy, or they probably took the Gigantic, which was one of the sister ships. More likely, they took that. Whoever did this, Zero. I forgot to mention, the bad guy's name is Zero. That's why it's called Zero Escape. The bad guy's name is Zero. Oh, and then you find out Zero is Akane. Why do I keep forgetting these things? Zero is Akane. Because she set up this new nonary game to make sure that the events that transpire so that she can have the data transferred to her young self to solve the puzzle. Oh, this is a disaster. It's a disaster. So, now, she wasn't the Zero of the original game. It was like these adults that you don't really mention. You see one of them, but that's it. Alright, you sent a memo? Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Yep.
I figured I'd just call, and then, when I have, like, questions or shit, I can answer text.
Okay. Yeah, that's a better idea.
Because otherwise you constantly have to play memos, or I have to type and you have to read it out. And
Yeah.
really handy for if you have, like, the audio version, so...
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I don't know why that stopped working, but...
Yeah, sometimes the internet just goes like, fuck you, no more text-to-speech.
Yeah. We drank half this...
Yep. But I'm wondering, you had an Alice girl in your novel. Is she inspired by that?
A what? Oh, Egyptian girl?
You had an Alice girl, like,
Yeah.
in a gypsy.
Yeah, that's how, yeah, Alice, yeah, she's directly inspired by this because she just looks like, because in the first game, there's this girl named Lotus, and you see on the screen here, the one at the bottom, she's a belly dancer. I don't think no, she's not actually a belly dancer. I'm sorry. She's just dressed like one. They don't explain why. She just happens to be in that outfit. She's actually a computer programmer.
I mean, okay, girlie, go off. I mean, computers do
Computers are fucking sexy.
Computers do heat up the room when you've got a lot of them, so I understand the skimpy clothing in this case.
But that's the thing. I don't know if she dressed herself up like that, or she was just put in that outfit when she was captured. They don't explain that.
Also, I like the guy with the like sleeveless jacket. What the fuck is that outfit, dude? You look like a 12-year-old. Oh my.
Wait, the sleeveless. Oh, the vest.
Yeah.
The guy on the bottom left. Yeah, that's Junpei. Yeah, he's wearing a vest. Why he's wearing a vest, I don't know. He was somebody gave him $150.
And the hoodie, that would have been enough.
Well, somebody gave. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry, but most of these outfits, how are you supposed to solve escape room puzzles where you're gonna die in a fucking blue vest? Or like, you know, like fucking earmuffs? Like,
yeah, it's not.
Are they functional to the puzzle at all?
No! The only thing that's ever explained that might be any bit functional is the hat on Quark. This kid here, the blonde kid. And it's only a...
His
Quark.
name is Quark?
Yeah, Quark. There is an explanation for that.
I really didn't love him, huh?
Well, there is a kind of an explanation for it, but I'll get to it. Kinda, sorta. It's not the greatest, but like I said, this is the only thing that's explained, and it's in a side note that you pick up. I don't even know if you have to like, you can set the difficulty of the puzzles from normal to easy, or easy to hard, or whatever, and if you beat the puzzles on hard mode, you get what you call gold files, and the gold files like has like extra information, and it's just like, oh, she used to be part of a thing, an organization, to try to unlock her whatever morphomagetic powers or whatever, and it's like, Quark's hat, it's actually a secret rocket launcher. Just kidding. He just stores snacks in it. That's it. It's just a dumb gag where they're like, no, it's a weapon. No, it's not. He just keeps snacks in it. That's it. That's the only explanation they give for any outfit. There is an explanation for K, the robot guy. There is an explanation for him, and it is plot relevant. But that's it.
Yeah, but so the Quark guy, I kind of understand the stupid hat, because like when you get like stress or you need to like, you need to eat in an escape room because you've been in it for 8 hours without food or water.
Yeah.
I get that.
Yeah.
So that's the only functional outfit so far.
They don't explain whether or not he was wearing that when he... Well, no, actually, no, they kind of do. So he might have decided to wear that hat before he went to the escape room place. So that makes sense.
I get it. Cool way to sneak in snacks in the movie theater,
Yeah, exactly, yeah. But like I said, yeah, so... But every other outfit, it's not explained. Why is Junpei wearing a vest is like the least... That's the weird... Least whatever. On Clover, I read up a wiki. She has these 3 little dots underneath her right eye. According to the creator of the game, those are supposed to be grains of rice.
Wait, where?
The pink-haired girl.
Oh, the girl with the
earmuffs. Yeah. She has these 3 white dots underneath her right eye. Her right, our left.
Okay.
You can barely see them.
I see him.
Yeah, those are supposed to be rice grains.
Why?
That's it. I think he might have been making a joke, but that's it. I don't know. They're round.
Why?
I don't know!
Did she run out of glitter? And was she just like, I can. The only reason why I can imagine putting rice underneath your eye if you're like 12 and your mom like didn't get you glitter at like the fucking thing. So instead you're like, oh fuck, I don't have any glitter to put on my face. You know what I'm just gonna do? Put some rice.
Yeah. So you can see here, this is how she looked. Okay, so she's one of the few characters that appears in multiple games. This is how she looks. The one on the left is how she looks in 999, and then the first game, and then this is how she looks in the second game, Virtue's Last Reward. Again, never explained why she's dressed like this.
I mean, go off, but it's also, is that really appropriate for an escape room?
Again, they never explain whether or not they actually put these outfits on themselves, or they just happen to be wearing them when they wake up in the room. I'm just assuming that it's anime bullshit. That it's just like, yeah, these characters dress like this because whatever, because it's an anime. I don't know. But,
Like,
yeah, they don't explain.
The thing with Danganronpa is at least I understand their outfits because they're all supposed to be like school students or whatever.
Yeah.
So they all have some school student theme to it, despite having their own aesthetic. And that I get, but this is just no consistent theme. And it fucks with my artist brain where like we always get taught as like game artists, we get thought like have consistency. If you're making like a building, for example, and you want it to be medieval, you're not gonna create like a building that you would see in like a kids game with like little blocks and stuff.
Right.
No, you're actually gonna create a castle in that case because you want your points to come across.
Yeah, exactly.
Get what the point is in these characters.
I don't think there is a point. I really don't think there is a point.
If you told me that this girl just went to an idol thing, like a K-pop thing, got inspired and decided to make her own like K-pop group, and all the people in the picture are from the K-pop group, I would understand that better than escape room.
Yeah, no, you're right. It like I said, I don't have any other explanation. Like I said, there are a couple things where it's like Quark's hat, and it's just a gag. They never explain in the game. It's only like when you get this extra file, this extra note, where it's like, yeah, you keep snacks in there. I don't know. Like I said, Alice, she has this crop jacket, but the only thing covering her chest is this gold ring thing, like this necklace, like this medallion with a thing cut out. They never explain that.
Yeah, I can see it. They're racist?
Yeah, maybe, yeah, because she's supposed to be she's
low-key stereotypical. What the fuck?
Yeah, like she has kind of because she's half Egyptian, half French, and so they kind of made her like they gave her like an Egyptian motif. Like she has like the Egyptian wing eyeliner, and
that is fine, but I'm just saying, like the gold. I guess it's a harness. I guess it could best be described as that.
Yeah.
I just find that like a bit stereotypical. Like you could have put her in like a leopard print dress, and that would have like made more sense.
Yeah.
In terms of like, oh, Egyptian whatever. And it would have been like less stereotypical. Well, still stereotypical in the sense that I guess the point across of her being Egyptian, but you know.
Yeah.
Less this, because I feel like whenever, especially Japanese, or like mostly white studios, try to create black characters, it's always some stereotype,
Yeah,
and
exactly.
I'm sick of that.
Yeah, apparently, whenever they have like a darker skinned character in anime, but they have the same facial features of the other anime characters, it's because they're still like part Japanese. They just happen to be like darks or they're Japanese but they're dark skinned or whatever. And so like when they make a foreigner, they give them completely different facial features because it's like, oh well, they're a foreigner. They don't look like us. So it's like there is like a weird like racial maybe bigoted. I don't know. I'm not gonna go on and say like, oh, these people are fucking racist. But yeah, it's said but like maybe ignorant. You know what I mean?
It's not a bigoted thing, but this is also something that I've gone to a game art college for like 2 years now at this point, right? We haven't actually been taught how to draw, people of color, people of a larger size. Like in anatomy class, we only got muscled men. Why? Because we need to understand how muscle structure works.
Right.
And stuff like that, right? Or like we got like slim hourglass figured women, because we need to understand how like muscle and bone structure works in that case. But then still we don't get taught, and maybe we get taught this later, I don't know, but we don't get taught how to color, how to like illustrate people of color. We don't get taught how to do different body shapes, so maybe that's just like a thing of artists not knowing how to draw a black person,
Yeah, exactly. Because as far as I know, she's the only person of color in this entire series. Everyone else is either
I'm not calling the artists themselves racist. I'm saying it's a little stereotypical, and I find that with all of these characters, like, they don't mix. I'm sorry, but
yeah.
We've got like some guy who looks like he's on a sports team, some guy who looks like a homeless person, a kid with a weird hat, a fucking muscular robot that honestly looks like Big Bang from Skullgirls. This fucking K-pop bitch with the red hair. Then we've got like something that looks like, like a redhead version of Zelda. You understand, like
of who?
These characters.
Wait, the redhead version of who?
Wait, no, I'm saying Luna looks like if Zelda got a haircut.
Oh, Zelda.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah. I see what you mean. Yeah.
Zelda got a haircut. I'm sorry.
Yeah. No. It makes sense. Also, they made Kay look really tiny. He's supposed to be bigger than all the other characters. I feel like he was added like after the fact. Like they couldn't fit him into the, and also Tenemoji, the old guy on the left. I feel like these characters were added like afterwards, or like I guess all these characters were probably just made separately and they just put them together, but they couldn't put enough room, so they had K in the front, but they also shrunk him down. He's not small, he's big. And then same thing with Tenemoji. He's not tiny. He's, average size. Like, I don't know. He's probably like 5 foot, whatever. I don't know what the average old man. I don't know. Average old Japanese man. I don't know. But yeah.
Something.
Yeah. I don't know. Yeah.
Japanese people, like the only tall people on the earth are Dutch people.
Yeah.
Americans are shorter on average, and I always believe them with the fact, like, short.
Mighty Morphin Willy Whacker says the average height of a Japanese old man is 5'4". Okay, I believe that. But anyway, get that working. Shit,
That's okay, buddy.
Yeah.
Now I'll rate it for you if you need me.
Yeah. Thank you.
So.
I don't even know if I'm gonna have a fucking audio version because whatever. I just did that just in case, but yeah. So, all right, let me start over with the story.
Wait.
What?
I think I figured out a way to fix it. You go tell your story, I'll go fix it.
Okay. So these 9 people wake up in elevator rooms, and they solve a puzzle to escape. They all walk into a common room that looks like a warehouse with a bunch of isolated elevators in it, but they don't actually go anywhere. They're just booths that look like elevators in the inside. And then a rabbit puppet appears on a computer screen, on a television screen, and says, "Hey, you're now playing the new notary game, the Ambidex edition." And so notary, if you don't know, means 9, right? You know, kind of like digital or binary. Like, you know, binary means, you know, base 2 and digital is base 10. Notary is base 9. So there's 9 characters, so it's technically another notary game, but it's the Ambidex edition because instead of just going to doors that have like their numbers on it, there's nothing anymore to do with digital roots. Instead, after they solve a puzzle room, they have to play what we would call the prisoner's dilemma. Now, the prisoner's dilemma is a like thought process, or it's game theory, where it's like, oh, if you know, what would people do if you put them in this situation or whatever, and then there's statistics involved. So the prisoner's dilemma, the original instance is, imagine 2 people are caught for a crime, like say they robbed a bank, and the police catch them, and each person is separately interrogated, and they are told that if they, you know what it might be? Let me actually, you know what it is. And I have to. No, I think I know. So I use a thing called. I use a thing called the Isaiah bot. That's what you'll see here. I'll bring this back up because I had to log in. This thing called the Isaiah bot. And what you do here is I put on a make sure that
All I did was clear the request queue, because that's all I.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I figured it might be like full, and that's why it's not doing things. But no, it's just not doing things because it doesn't want to. But
that won't work.
Don't bother.
Maybe I.
It's fine. Just fix it later.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. All right. So that's.
I just had to try that one.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, maybe it works.
Yeah. Thank you. What was I gonna say? Maybe next time I'll get one of those. What's that thing where like you can record like a 30-second message? It's like Vocalroo or something like that. There's some podcast does it where it's like you can leave a message like 30 seconds and then play it on.
Basically like what I do with the memos.
Yeah, kind of, yeah, but it's not over Discord, it's on a website. But yeah, exactly. I'll be like, "Hey, you want to call in?" Like this is a call-in show, but not really. I don't know.
I'm basically calling in right now, dude.
Yeah. Oh, you got Luna from the Netherlands. What are you on line 2? What do you have to say about blah, blah? Anyway,
Dick. You're welcome.
Yeah. Okay. So the rabbit tells him, "You're not going to play the prisoner's dilemma." Now, prisoner's dilemma normally is like 2 people are interrogated, and they're told, "Hey, if you rat out the other guy, we'll only give you 1 year, right, of prison. But if the other guy rats you out, and you if you're quiet, like you stay silent, and the other guy rats you out, you'll get 3 years, and he'll get out, like he'll go off scot-free. But if you both remain quiet, you'll both get 2 years. And if you both try to rat each other out, you both get like 1 year. Or you also both get 2 years or whatever. So the idea is like, who would betray the other one if they're isolated?
A betrayal game.
Yeah, exactly.
Basically, you're telling me this thing works the same as Danganronpa, except they put more gay in Danganronpa, hence why it got more popular.
Kinda. But, there's an actual point.
Basically the exact same thing.
Yeah. But it's like, it's always like 2 people, and there's a point system. So the idea is that in this game, if you either choose ally or betray, and if both people, well, you're actually they're not set up 1-to-1. It'll always be 2-to-1 because of how it's set up. But the 2 people only get 1 vote, and their points are affected the same. Like they'll get 1-2 points or lose points or whatever. So everyone starts out with 3 points, and they are told, "Hey, you're gonna put you in a booth, isolate you from the other guy you're playing against, and you either have to choose ally or betray. If you both ally, you both get 2 points. If you betray, but the other guy allies, you get 3 points, and the other guy loses 1 or 2. If you both betray each other, you don't get any points." And that's it. Yeah. So you can either gain 3 points by betraying the other person, gain 2 points by having you both ally, or lose a point by being betrayed, but not betraying yourself. Or you just get no points by betraying and having the other guy betray.
What's bad?
Exactly, yeah. Yeah. So, you
like
course,
what do the points do is my question.
So, like I said, everyone starts with 3 points. If you get up to 9, you get to leave. But if it gets below 0, you die. So it's a death game, like a lot of animes have that now. So the
like exactly like Danganronpa.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. So but this one has a point system, so it's like,
yeah.
So the way that this is set up is that depending on like your philosophy or your ideals, it may be more advantageous to always betray, because then you can only gain points. If you ally, you run the risk of losing points. So, because that's the only way you can lose a point, is if you ally but the other guy betrays, you can lose points. But if you always betray, you can only either, you probably never gain enough points because no one will trust you, but you also won't die because you'll never lose points. But yeah, if you get below 0 point, if you get to 0 or below, I think you lose 2 points. If you get to 0 or below, the watch you're wearing will inject like poison into you, and you can't take the watch off because it's like, I don't know. But anyway, it injects poison into you and then you die. So everyone's like freaking out, being like, "Oh shit, what are we gonna do? Like we can't." Oh no, I'm gonna choose betray. Well, no, maybe we can try ally. Blah 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 blah. I don't know. No. We have to ally because that's the only way we'll all win. Like we'll all get to leave if we go. Because if you get 9 points, you get to leave. So you can get that quickly in 2 rounds if you betray the other person. Right? You get 3 points per, go from 3 to 6 and then 6 to 9. The only problem is that you have to betray at least one person before, and then hope that you can betray trick another person into betraying them. But whatever. It kind of delves a little bit into that whole prisoner's dilemma of
Get the other person eliminated, get yourself out.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing though. You don't have to eliminate other people. If everyone allied.
Yeah, but that's the goal, so that you have like less people to worry about
exactly, yeah.
You out.
Yes. So that's what happens, is that there are people that it's like, I'm gonna get the fuck out as soon as I get 9 points, right? And so there'll be different branches where, like, because the way that it branches off, right, is based on whether or not you ally or betray at certain points, right? So that creates a branch in the story. So when you get to an ending, you go back to one of those choices, and then you choose the other choice to see where it goes. So depending on those choices, also who you which puzzle room you go into, because you're also assigned a color, and so instead of a number, then the color is determines which puzzle room you go into, because the rooms will have different colors on the doors, and then what you have to do is match your color with the person that has the complementary color, that when they mix with your color becomes the color on the door. It's very confusing. But yeah, it's like oh, we there's a green door. I have
until you play it and then you understand.
Yeah, it's like it's like if like one of the doors might be green and it's like, "Oh, I have yellow and you have blue. We can go into that door," or whatever. Or it's like or if does yellow make like if there's an orange door and I have yellow and it's like, well, I can go with the red guy because yellow and red make orange. We can go into that door. You know what I mean? So like there'll be times where it's like, oh, I can go to one of these doors because my color matches up with another color to make one of the colors on the doors. So that's the other way that I can branch off.
And then I assume you have to complete them all, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So, I mean, if you really knew what you're doing, you could go down the true path. But I think you have to eventually... Oh, no, yeah. You have to eventually... You have to go down certain other paths, because what will happen is that at certain points in the story, you will encounter a lock. Not a literal lock, but a plot lock. Where, like, a certain thing would happen in the story where it's like, oh no, I don't know I can counter a computer that's asking for a password, but I don't know the password. And then it'll say, to be continued. So when they show the timeline,
Oh, so when it says to be continued, you go back or like forward in time to fix the puzzle that needs to be continued?
Exactly, yeah. So,
okay.
I'm gonna bring up a picture here.
Wait, I'll go check.
So this is what the timeline will look like in the game, right?
Jesus Christ, that's confusing.
Yeah. So this is not even the whole thing. This is just the bottom part. It branches off from one path in the beginning. Actually, there should be a better photo. Okay. Oh no, that's the other game. I think this is it. I think this is I think this is whatever. Whatever. It starts from here, the elevator, and then you can go either down the magenta route, the yellow route, the cyan route, and that begins each one. And then, so that's when you have to choose a color, and then you get to the part where it says A or B. That's where you either betray or ally, and then each would then split off and become, a story or whatever, or become their own path or whatever. And then most of these will end up with you dying. That's what these skulls are. But then I don't think it shows here, but some of these nodes would have a lock on it. So when you get to that part in the story, there'll be like a climax where it's like, oh no,
where you have to go back forward in time to
exactly, yeah,
the cliffhanger you were at.
Yeah, so like you would have to go to another route and do all that, and then say for example,
fucking annoying though. I don't have the patience for that shit.
Yeah, you have to really have like patience in order to like, but what makes it intriguing for me, where it's like, oh, I learned new information, I can use that in another timeline, and so like it opens up like a because I like the kind of narrative stories that have like multiple branches, right?
No, but like I get it. It's intriguing and it keeps your brain occupied, but at a certain point, I think I just get tired. To be honest, because you have to keep track of all the different timelines. you have to be like, oh, what was I doing in this one? Oh, right, I was, finding this color or whatever.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, you have to keep track of so many things.
Yeah.
Even I, with a very vivid memory, I would not be able to do that from the top of my head. I would have to note everything down.
You don't necessarily have to do that, because what will happen is that when you get to like one of those locks, you just go down a path that you haven't done before, and then sooner or later you'll encounter a scene, and then your guy will say something like, oh, this is familiar, or something like that. And then like a bunch of images would flash. And then the next time you see that timeline, the lock on the original timeline will unlock. Like, it'll show that it's unlocked. Like, the pad will change to being unlocked, and then you're like, oh, okay, I can go back there now. So it'll tell you when you unlocked that part. You don't have to like memorize that kind of thing. There's very little where you have to like write down something. Most things are kept in notes, because your character also has a photographic memory, and also their memories go between timelines. So that's the other thing. That's where it gets like time travel-y, is that your character, it turns out, so in the first game, your character remembers things because he can access the morphomagnetic field. So he's a different person in each of these different timelines, but he's able to access the same information based on this memory cloud or something like that. But in Virtue's Last Reward, your guy Sigma, he's able to literally shift, they call it. I forget what it stands for. I'll have to look it up.
Yeah,
SHIFT. So basically it means that space-time... Okay. Space-time human internal fluctuating transfer, or shifting, is a superhuman ability that allows a person as a shifter to subconsciously transfer their consciousness. Yeah.
Wait, that's literally what kids on TikTok do. They go like, oh, I'm shifting into like Harry Potter universe or something, and then they're just imagining things, but they call it shifting because they feel like they're there, but really you're just daydreaming. But
Okay.
in this game, that has an actual purpose.
Yes.
Where you daydream yourself into clicking a button.
Yeah. You basically transfer you're basically like you're basically time traveling, but it's your consciousness. So it's like, oh, I died in this one, so I shifted my consciousness into, and then I wake up in the body of the guy of myself in this other timeline. Right?
Yeah.
So it's like, and then they reveal that what happens is that they actually swap consciousness. So you're kind of killing your other selves, because if you die and then you go into another timeline, you're taking the consciousness out of that one and bringing it back into your dead self. So, but yeah. But they don't go into that in this game. They only go into that in the third game. So you find out that you're transferring. That whenever you end on a path, or you die, or whatever, and you go to another path, you are shifting your consciousness into yourself in that other path, and that's why you're able to retain the information that you can between the timelines. So, eventually, you find out that the world has been infected with a virus called Radical 6. And I forget exactly why it's called Radical 6, but whatever. It's like, you ever seen that movie, oh god, what was that M. Night Shyamalan movie? The Happening?
I haven't seen that, but if you bring up what it's about, I'll
Okay.
be like, oh yeah.
So there's a movie where people just start fucking killing each other, or killing themselves or each other. And they think that may be because it's of the plants or some shit. But yeah, so...
yeah, like zombie virus. But
yeah, but it's like they are intentionally killing themselves.
yeah.
Radical, that's what also Radical...
The real life equivalent would be like, oh shit, I got COVID, I gotta put a gun to my head now.
Yeah.
That, right?
Pretty much, except there are no other symptoms. Well, no, actually, no, yeah, because it's purely a psychological thing. Like, you don't feel sick and you say, like, oh, I have to die because of the sickness. You just go, oh, I need to die. It's like, oh, I just feel like dying. You know what I mean? So, yeah,
Is it like acute paranoia where you're like, oh fuck, I need to die right now, or
yeah,
I'm gonna.
I think,
Is it this sort of hypochondria where people are afraid of getting sick, so they kill themselves because they end up being so paranoid about possibly being sick that they just shoot themselves in the head?
I don't think. I think when they get infected to the point where they are, I think the only time that you see somebody attempt to kill themselves in this game, they say something like, I need to, I'm trapped here, I need to let out my soul, or something like that. Like, I'm only going to get out if I die, or something like that. Like, that,
Edgelord.
what's that?
Okay, Edgelord.
Yeah, exactly. They're like, I need to, I need my soul to escape. I got to get out here, and then like yeah, and then they die, or they try to die. So that's the.
It's me.
What's that?
Sounds like fucking somebody went fucking schizophrenic.
Exactly. Yeah, like they just go.
This is limiting.
Yeah. They'll say like, yeah. They'll usually say something like, "We're not." Basically, they get at most. Normally, it just sounds like at first that they're just really depressed that they're in the situation, and they'll say like, "We're never gonna get out of here," and then they take a scalpel and cut themselves or whatever. But then Quark actually gets it at one point. Now he never dies. He gets like subdued by they tranquilize him. But like before they do that, he's screaming like, "Kill me! Kill me! I need to escape! I need to escape! I can only escape if I die!" or something like that. And it's actually kind of fucked up because it's like a little kid telling people to kill him. But like other than that, it's.
I mean, I would do the same.
Yeah. So they find out that there's this Radical 6. In fact, they find like news articles or newspapers that says like the world's been infected by Radical 6, and they're like, no, it hasn't. Like I guess we just woke up like a week later. Like I got knocked down. I woke up at this place. Like how long could it have been? Like it only been a couple days. And, so, like, yeah, this must be fake. Like, there's no way that the entire world got infected by this virus in the little time that we had, that we were out. So, that might be part of something.
The time that they were out was like 9 months or something. Different timelines.
Yeah, we'll get to that, because it's kind of nuts. So...
That's fucking predictable, dude.
It gets dumber. It gets dumber. That's the thing I love about this game. Whatever you think is going to happen, it gets dumber. But, okay, so...
Oh.
So, they find out that there's this, there may or may not be this virus out there. They do find an audio recording of a woman saying, like, oh shit, I killed 6 people. No, scratch that. I killed 6 billion people because I let out this virus. Because apparently she got infected by Radical 6, killed the other people in this place, a different place than where you are. Turns out there was like a test site for people to go to Mars, and so they had a test site in the middle of the desert of like a colony where people would simulate living in Mars or something like that. And so during then this fucking virus escaped. And at first the girl in the audio recording says, I killed 6 people. And then she goes, oh wait, I actually killed 6 billion people because I'm infected and I'm going to spread it to the rest of the world or something like that. So, you find it.
Kill yourself.
Yeah, that's the thing. Is like you find out you actually see that scene in the later game, but like I said, we get to it and it's dumber. But anyway, so So you eventually do find out that the world actually has been infected by this virus. And at first they were like, well, how the hell is that possible? Like, we couldn't have been out that long. Turns out, no, they were actually out for quite a long time. They're out... Wait. The game starts out in 2029. They wake up not only in 2074, but on the moon. They were taken... The base that they were taken to the moon. Some of them had transferred their consciousness like 25... Or, no, was it... Wait, 20... Like 45 years into the future. Some of them were frozen. And put onto it, transferred to the moon. And then in case with Tenemoji, he's actually Junpei. That's actually Junpei, the main character from the first game. He's just older, and he voluntarily came back because he heard that Akane is there, and he hadn't seen her since the first.
He's simping.
Yeah, he's simping for Akane, and he brings his adoptive son Quark with him. He voluntarily brings his kid to this fucking death game because he's simping hard for Akane.
Wait,
And
how old is Quark at this point?
like 12.
Wait, but then how old is he? Like, does he exist in the first game, or is
No.
he like 12?
No, he doesn't.
Okay, because I was gonna say, otherwise he's 12 forever, and that's kind of weird. If Junpei does age and Quark doesn't, that would be kind of funny. That would make the plot even dumber.
Yeah, so, the first game starts out in 2028 or 2027.
Which is actually fucking close by when you think about it.
Yeah. The reason why they had it... The reason why they had to take place specifically this year is because it had to do with like the lunar eclipse or something like that, or the solar eclipse, some shit like that. It had to do with there's a real life astrological event happening at that time, and so they're like, oh yeah, that happens in this date, and excuse me,
it's okay, take your time.
Yeah,
don't drink 3 bottles of eggnog.
I got my water. No, I'm done with the eggnog. I'm drinking water now.
Good.
So, okay. I'm gonna explain this. Okay, so Sigma had also... No, wait, I'm sorry. No. Sigma was also...
I can read it out.
Yeah.
I can read it out.
Yeah.
Wait, let me enlarge the screen, because I got dual screen on right now.
Yeah.
Discord. So Sigma and Phi's consciousness are transported to 2074.
Yeah.
Then young Sigma's consciousness arrives in his elder body in 2074. He played the non-rare game and jumped to 2029.
So this, so number 2, is the events of Virtue's Last Reward. That's you playing the second non-rare game with the whole prisoner's dilemma and blah 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 blah. And then these 3 and 4 would lead to the third game. Basically they find out. So basically they find out that the whole thing.
Then.
What's that?
What? Let me read the other 2 then.
Okay.
So in 3, Sigma and Phi's consciousness arrive in 2029. Phi's body is put in cold sleep.
Yeah.
While Sigma spends 45 years developing the AB project.
So the AB project is
the ally betrayal, I assume.
Yeah, it also stands for something else, but it's basically the entire project. It's the game that they have to play is the AB project. He creates the AB project to develop the shifting abilities of the people involved so that they can go back in time and prevent the escape of Radical 6.
Okay.
So they do all... Yeah, go ahead.
No, Sigma and P's consciousness are transported to 2028, causing their 2028 consciousnesses to do the time jumping in column number 1. What is column number 1?
This one. Where, yeah,
Oh,
2028,
right,
yeah.
the first thing.
Yeah.
Alright, so... Alright. So, and then in 4, Sigma and P's consciousness arrive in 2028 to prevent the outbreak.
Yeah, and then that's the events of the third game. Column 4...
They basically time hop back and forth.
Yeah.
To prevent a virus from happening.
Pretty much, yeah.
That they were involved in years ago.
Yes, kinda, yeah. So the third game takes place between the first and second game. It's kind of odd. It's so it turns out that the game that they're playing in Virtue's Last Reward is an entire project developed by Sigma and Phi. No, I don't know if Phi was involved, but Sigma.
Why did Sigma develop it?
So that he could go back in time. So he could go back in time to prevent the virus. But in the current timeline, he fails. So then he spends the next 45 years developing the AB project. He goes to the moon. He builds a base on the moon and creates all of these like games and death traps to unlock people's shifting abilities so that they can go back to slightly before or slightly after he goes back in time. Like I said, it doesn't make sense. It's all over the place. But he basically...
He can just go back in time himself, right?
Well, no, because his shifting powers weren't completely unlocked or something. Or
Yeah,
no.
If he's done all of this with the time hopping, like it says in the columns, why couldn't he just go back and undo his mistake?
That's the thing, is that, like, I'm guessing the explanation is that whenever you fuck up in the game, that's you going back to the original timeline to try to go to the correct one. And then in the third game, you witness the timeline that would lead up to the second game. You see the timeline where the virus is released, and then the characters go, well, I guess we got to do the AB. We got to build it. We got to build something so that we can go back in time, because I think at that point they can't, but not really. Like I said, it's nuts. But you know what? I'm sure that
lore makes my head hurt.
Yeah, it's...
What the fuck is this?
Actually, wait.
What the fuck is wrong with people?
Synopsis. I'm sure there's a zero scale. Yeah, so... I don't know if I'll be able to.
Wait, it said the synopsis on the Google page. So...
Yeah, it did, yeah, but it's like... I think there's a timeline. There is an exact timeline, but it won't make sense if you read it linearly. Linear. Because it's like the game... like the first event takes place in 1888, right? So, but like you won't know that until the third game, and it won't make sense until you do, and then it gets even dumber. So, I think what I could do is, I'll show you. So, 2027 is when the events of Zero Escape 999 happens, right? So they're on this fake Titanic. They go through all of these. They go through all these games, and it turns out it's because they need to figure out a puzzle that Akane was involved in. I don't know why he's beat up here. That's supposed to be Junpei. I think. Oh, you know what it was? Because Akane and Junpei were tasked with taking care of the school's pet rabbits and had to clean the hutch every morning. During the first semester, on the final day before summer vacation, Akane came to the hutch to find out all the rabbits were killed, traumatizing her greatly and making her cry. This accident horrified and traumatized Akane for life, showing the violence, brutality, and cruelty humans were capable of. And then, a little bit later, Junpei tries to get back at the people that killed Akane's rabbits, and they beat him up. But he's fine with that because he protected Akane. And that was the event that led Akane to allow her to develop contraptions that would kill people, because she would then later get kidnapped and be forced to play the first nonary game, which you don't play. It takes place before the events of the first game. So her as a kid was forced to play this nonary game, and then at the very end, she has to solve this puzzle, which in the original timeline...
Fucking bunnies?
What?
All because of fucking bunnies?
It gets worse. The third game, they imply that the entire thing is because of a snail. I'll get to that. A snail. A single snail kicks off the events of the entire series.
Listen. What the cancer?
Yeah, that's...
What the conquer mom? What the fuck?
Dude, that's what I love about the game. It's so stupid. But I love it. It's because it's oh my god. So yeah. So she's forced to play this game. She plays this game. And then she later develops the second nonary game to develop the powers in Junpei to help him solve the puzzle that he needs to send the data back in time to Akane in the first nonary game to allow her to escape. Okay, so Akane is... Yeah.
Question.
Yep.
Is salt invented in this universe?
What?
Is salt invented in this universe?
Yes, probably. Yeah.
Because if so, if Junpei has these like time traveling abilities, why doesn't he just go to the time where the snail was? Pour salt on the snail gone. Probably.
They do imply in a file in the third game that somebody does go back to try to kill the snail that sets off the events of the entire series.
You have to kill it. Just pour salt on it and it'll disappear. It'll go away.
Yeah, well, I don't know if they actually kill it, but they just say, like, hey, this all started with a snail. Let's just go back in time, but you don't see that. It's just in a memo that you get, like an extra memo after you beat the game. So it's like, did this...
You're getting a post-it note with, your entire family got put in this, like, killing game because, a snail...
Exactly. So then Akane creates this group called Crash Keys, and it's called Crash Keys because it kind of sounds like her last name, Kurashiki. It's like, I guess if you pronounced it weird, it would be pronounced as Crash Keys.
Yeah, if you pronounced it in English, Japanese.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. So she develops Crash Keys, and then that's kind of the thing that would make the
like they call Japanese people call Starbucks Starbucks.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
That's literally what it is, just Starbucks.
Yeah. So it's like kind of that in reverse, kind of sort of, because it's like Anyway, so then Radical 6 is the events of the third game takes place here in 2028. It originally fails, and then the Radical 6 outbreak happens. And then between 2029 and 2074, Sigma would build this entire elaborate base on the moon in order to develop shifting powers in a bunch of people so that they can go back to 2028 to go back to the Mars test site that apparently
Where did the Mars come from? What the fuck?
So they never actually go to Mars. It's just a test site in the middle of the desert. I think it was just a cover.
What the hell?
What?
I thought they went to the moon, and now all of a sudden, boom, random test site on Mars. Because yes.
No. They never actually go to Mars. It's just in the middle of Arizona. It's a test site. They're just testing, like, how people would live in an outpost that was made on Mars. So it's just like these pods that they do all these things in. And then for some reason, Radical 6 is there and somebody breaks it out. And so the events of the second game, Virtue's Last Reward, is all that so they can go back in time to when this Mars test site thing happens. They don't know anything about it other than that Radical 6 is there and it broke out. So they have to I don't know, whatever. Anyway, so for the longest time when the second game came out, it kind of ended on a cliffhanger, and they were like, "Yeah, I guess we're gonna be able to go back to when the Radical 6 was released," and then that's it. That's the game. And then it wasn't announced for a long time that the third game was ever going to come out. So a lot of people were like, "Oh shit, we're never going to get a third game." But then the third game came out, and unfortunately, it wasn't as good as a lot of people thought it was. So, so the first two games were 2D. No, actually, no. I'm sorry. Well, the first game was 2D. The second game was, they had 3D models, but they were like static images, right? It would just be like characters.
5D-ish.
Yeah, kinda, yeah. And it would have the visual novel sense where it's just the character would just stand in front of you while the text underneath them would show. So there weren't any animations other than like simple poses and stuff like that. So it's kind of like a visual novel style.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah. So let me see if I can find like a let's play. So originally they weren't going to make a third game because they just didn't have it wasn't popular enough in Japan or whatever. And then those Telltale games came out, like The Walking Dead. And the producer was like, "Oh, you can make that third game, but make it like one of those Telltale games. Like make it fully 3D and animated, like have cutscenes. But we're not going to give you the budget of a Telltale game, so it looks like shit." So I'll show you the. I wonder if they're going to show. This is what the
door open and close. It's because my mom like comes in every so often to get like some for the dog.
Okay, no problem. Whenever this actually shows.
Wait, that actually looks kind of okay from what I've seen so far for a low budget kind of thing.
Shoot me. Huh? Don't worry. I won't die.
Well,
what is your problem?
There's no.
But like for a low budget thing, if they were told to make a Telltale game, this is.
Yeah, it's not bad. Like when you really think about it, but
it's not perfect, but it's good when you take into consideration they had zero budget and probably zero training.
Yeah, but like you notice they did a lot of shortcuts. So in the third game,
here we go. So
it's just I'm just jumping around a fucking. Let me show you
Whose idea was it?
So a lot of these cutscenes are just like this, where characters just sit around, and they just go while they talk.
Together,
And again, yeah, you're right,
No, we didn't.
but
We did this on our own.
people would have rather like the old style visual novel where it's just them standing in front of like
Decom?
standing
Yeah,
in
I'd
place.
rather like that too, but if they were told, like, you know, like, same thing with commissions. Like, if you get a commission from somebody, and, like, if I get a commission from somebody, that person tells me, make the hair every rainbow color you can think of, then yeah, in my eyes it's gonna look ugly, but if that's what I'm being paid to do, I'm gonna do it, you know?
Right.
Did you say you're a firefighter? A really good one.
So
Same thing here.
Against danger and
yeah,
a
so
bunch of people.
but if you actually play the game, you'll notice they do a lot of shortcuts. So
Just have good
the
instinct.
way that it works in the third
No
game
matter where
is
I find
that
myself,
they are
they're pretty good at
again they are equipped with wristwatches. But what happens is that every 90 minutes they are put to sleep and their memories are erased. So the timeline originally when you play the game, you don't have a linear timeline. You just have like random events that you do. So just like you'll just choose from like a scene, like a choice of events, like you'll just see like a bunch of screenshots,
Where did you come
and then
Scott Dog.
you just
Looks like you made it here using this.
oh yeah Gab.
Connected to the surface?
I don't want to talk much about Gab because
A vent to the
it
surface.
kind of adds a little tragically. Well, not really, but
Like, the way the dog slides into the frame.
yeah. So anyway, so whenever they are I just hold on a sec. Whenever they oh wait.
I can hear you, it's fine.
Okay. So I just had to put something away. Or else I had to stand away from the microphone here. So their watches knock them out every 90 minutes. And then so every single time it knocks them out, the camera cuts to a shot of the ceiling. And then you just hear 3 thuds, and then it cuts to them on the ground. They didn't bother animate them. Yeah.
Wait, so it's like accessory-induced narcolepsy?
Yeah, it injects them with a tranquilizer.
Then why not just take the watch off?
They can't. It's
Is it
like
something that's like built into their skin.
no, it's just like really it's just really tough to take off. And then they're told that if they do try to take it off, if they damage the wristwatch, they'll be punished, which means more likely they'll be killed or that everyone else will be killed or whatever. So so basically and then this happens in every game where like they get a wristwatch and then they're like, "Oh, I'm trying to take it off, but I can't." And then somebody tells them like, "Hey, if you try to take it off again, I'm going to kill you." So they just don't bother. So anyway, so the watch injects them with poison, or not poison, a sedative. Yeah. Like it just sticks out pins in their skin. It's really dumb. But so that'll happen.
It's better than anything else I've heard.
Yeah.
So far, this version of the game is better than all the other versions because it is less confusing.
Yeah, sure. Whatever. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. So, but like I said, every single time that they're injected, because this will happen at the end of every scene, they are knocked out after 90 minutes, and then their memories are erased by another chemical, whatever. But every single time they are knocked out, it cuts away to a shot of the ceiling as you hear them fall to the ground. They never bothered animating them falling or falling asleep. They'll just be standing there, and they're like, "Oh shit, it's 90 minutes," and then it cuts to a static shot of the ceiling. You hear 3 thuds, and then it cuts to them lying on the ground. So they didn't even bother animating them falling. So like that's the kind of shortcuts they had to take with this.
Yeah, but like you obviously don't know how difficult animating is, especially 3D models. Like with 3D models, you gotta first of all model them, then you gotta unwrap them. The unwrappings you can then put like textures on because it's like a flat thing, you know. that you can draw on, and then you've gotta wrap it back together, put bones in the thing so that it can actually move, assign weights to the bone so every bone knows how much it can like extend, like wrists can't extend as much as like ears do, for example. So that's why bones have weights. So that you don't
Okay.
get like floppy ears.
I don't know
And then you have to animate it.
Yeah. I mean, obviously they did all that other stuff before animating them because they appear in other scenes. But like I said, like I'm just saying, like that's the kind of shortcuts that, because again, they were given the same.
Yeah, but if you have no budget, you're basically forced to do that.
Yeah, no. That's like I said. Yeah, that's just me pointing out that's what happened. They were told like, hey, we want you to make one of the. We'll only let you make this game if you make it like a Telltale game, but we're not going to give you the budget of a Telltale game. So that's what happened. So the animation's a little off, but other than that, like again, it's fine. The voice acting more than makes up for it. The voice acting is pretty good. The writing is, well, it's an acquired taste. So you're not there for the animations. You're not there for the graphics. You're there for the writing and the voice acting.
No, but
so
if they paid their their like workers more, then
yeah, exactly.
Because if I get paid $20 to make a model, I'm not gonna put effort into it, right? But if I get paid like 200, then that's reason for me to put a lot in, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but anyway.
Behind it, the more motivation because we live in a capitalist society.
Yeah, exactly. But I want to get to the part about the snail. So what happens is that in Central Park, a woman sees a snail. She's jogging in the morning. She sees a snail, decides, I don't want to go that way. I need to avoid the snail. She takes a different path and then runs into a serial killer and is killed by said serial killer. The woman ended up, one of the victims, there was 3 victims.
The snail is a symbol of luck, I guess.
Probably, yeah. It's like, because like,
you don't follow it.
Yeah, the bad guy in the 3rd game, who goes by Zero again, but this time he's not wearing a mask. He's wearing one of those like those plague doctors, with like the crows.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he's wearing one of those, and then he keeps saying how life is unfair because of a snail or something like that. And then he'll elaborate more and more as the game goes on. He says like, oh, because of a snail, a woman took a different path and then she was killed by a serial killer. And then another guy was killed. And then that guy ended up being, the second victim ended up being a surgeon that was about to do an operation that would have saved the life of some kid or something like that. And then, another woman was killed, and the parents of one of the characters is blamed. They get in trouble or some shit like that, and they ended up one of them went to prison for life or executed, and the other one killed themselves. So like the snail, it like apparently set off this chain of events where a bunch of people died for dumb reasons, but mostly because there was a character, there was a serial killer named the Heart Ripper. That's how they killed their victims, was that they literally ripped their heart out. And then you find out that the Heart Ripper is one of the people that's one of the characters in the 3rd game. So you have so in the 3rd game you have Sigma again. So in this game there's no like main character. Instead, you're just swapping between these 3 sets of people. So,
I assume there's Sigma, Luna, and from what I can see.
So this isn't actually Luna. This is Diane. Diane would end up being the inspiration behind Luna because again, I didn't say it on the stream, but Luna's a robot. Luna was built by Sigma during the AB project while he's building all that shit on the moon. He builds this robot that he based off of Diane.
Why?
he was lonely? I don't know. He wanted to build a robot, and he was like, well,
So basically, he made a femdroid.
yeah, kinda. I don't think they.
Basically, dude was horny and went, I guess I'm on the moon. What am I gonna do? Build a robot.
Yeah, I mean,
I mean, fair enough.
I'm not quite sure what the relationship with him and the robot was, like how elaborate that was. But they were a couple. They do fall in love. So I guess that's why he builds the robot of her, because like, you know, he was that lonely or some shit like that. But that's a different.
Like he misses her. Like we little bit.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
No.
So you follow these three sets of people.
Lady with her titties out.
Okay, yeah. So you have let me explain the three characters. So you have Junpei from the first game, and like I said, he would become Tenjimoji because you find out his full name is Junpei Tenjimoji, but because he only goes by Tenemoji in the second game, you don't know he's Junpei until somebody points it out, and it's like, oh, not only does this game take place 45 years after the first game, that's actually one of the characters you played in the first game, and then that's Akane. And then this is a new character named Carlos. So they're the first set of They're Team C. C for Carlos, because he's, I don't know. They chose they're supposed to be the leader, but they don't have anything. The leader doesn't do anything. He just they just call them the first letter of one of the characters' names. So it's Team C, these three characters. And then this character is Team D for Diane, and it's Sigma, Phi, and Diane. And then there's Team Q, and it's Eric, Mia. I think her name was it Mia? Mira. No, Mira. Mira. Okay. So, like I said, Heart Ripper ended up being Mira. So you have Mira. So they're kind of a couple, but not really. So Eric and Mira are kind of a couple, but it's like, it's not quite clear. It kind of...
Eric gets bitches.
Yeah, there's kind of sort of a simp thing, but like, as far as I know, they kind of are boyfriend, girlfriend.
Like a sort of cocktail thing, but not really.
Yeah. It's never quite clear exactly how elaborate or how involved the fucking
like they're platonic partners.
Yeah, kinda, yeah. And you know, like Eric would simp the shit over Mira. She'd be like, "Oh, it's my angel, no, what happened to my angel or whatever." And then he finds out that like, no, she's a fucking serial killer. She rips the hearts out of people.
Doesn't that make her hotter?
Kinda, I don't know. And then the reason that I swear to God, the reason that she rips the hearts out of people is because she has a fucked up sense of what gives people emotions. I guess she's like a psychopath, so she doesn't quite get emotions.
She's a yandere, basically, is what you're saying.
No, because she's not killing for someone's love. She's not killing for another person. She's just killing people because she never understood what it meant to feel things. And when she was a kid, she was told by her mother that the heart is how you feel, like figuratively. She took it literally, and she thought that the only way she's ever going to feel something is to rip the hearts out of people and touch them. She literally thinks that the only way she'd be able to feel is to rip out the hearts of people and touch them.
I mean, okay, fair enough. Kind of autistic to take that literally, but fair enough.
Yeah. But, like, she doesn't come off as... I mean, she comes off as, like, aloof and, like, kind of a... I don't know, like a... I don't want to say, like, a bitch. But, you know, like, she kind of has that kind of hoity-toity-ness to her, where she's like...
The like, I'm so sexy, whatever.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. And so, but, like, other than that, she comes off as normal, but then she's like, oh, I need to touch his heart so I understand how he feels. And then you're like, wait, what? So, like, there's a part in the game where, like, you do a puzzle room. Oh, okay, and then there's this kid that everyone, that the game calls him Q. But that's a whole other thing. But I'm not gonna.
That's the other kid with a different head.
Yes, it's a different kid. It's not Quark. It's just some kid, and he has this weird helmet on for some reason, and then but he can't take it off, kind of like K. So you're doing these puzzle rooms, right? And then in one of the endings, right, the Zero tells these three that they have to kill each other, or like one of them has to die or something like that, because the whole idea is that in order to escape, they need 6 passwords, and you only get the passwords if a certain person dies. So you need 6 passwords, which means that 6 people need to die. So, they're told. So at one point, they're told that they have to one has to kill the other in order to get the passwords or some shit like that. And then they all take a weapon and they all start whatever. They all point at each other. And then as Q, as the kid, you're tasked to choose who you're gonna shoot at. And then one of the things you can do is shoot at Eric with a crossbow. And if you shoot him, he gets hit in the chest. And then Mira goes, "No! You hit his heart!" And then he rips him open. And she goes, "No, you ruined his heart!" And if you do that first, you have no idea why she's saying that. Instead, you're supposed to try to shoot Mira. And then you miss or something like that. And then she shoots Eric, in the neck. And then... Oh, no, she doesn't... No, you have to choose to shoot no one. And then Mira shoots Eric, in the neck, and kills him. And then Q just stands there being like, what the fuck is happening? And then Mira goes, "Oh, by the way, I need a knife." And then she takes a knife and cuts the dude's chest open. And Q's like, "What are you doing?" And then she goes, "I need his heart so I can feel." And then she goes on to explain that she's the heart ripper because she needs hearts. She needs to touch hearts in order to feel emotions. And it's the only reason why she hooked up with him, because he was this very happy-go-lucky guy. And so she's like...
Well, then take your medication, holy fuck.
She wasn't on medication. She was never told.
Like, go to a doctor and take some, yeah.
Was that?
Like, go to a doctor and take some meds. Jesus Christ, get a prescription for your dumbass.
She was... I don't know. She was told at a young age that she needs to touch hearts in order to feel. She was never told to go to therapy. Somebody saw a snail and ran the other direction and ran into Mira. She killed them. And then for some reason, the first victim says to Mira as she's dying, you ought to smile more. She says that as her victim says to Mira as she's dying, "You look like you ought to smile more," or some shit like that. And then that fucks up Mira even more, where she's like, "Oh, I need to touch her heart so I can smile more." I don't know. Maybe the victim was delirious as she was dying. I don't know, but whatever. Like I said, the game's stupid.
Girl, literally just go see a therapist.
That's the fucked up thing is, I don't... that concept doesn't exist in this game. And then, what's even more fucked up is that Eric's father killed his brother when he was young. Drowned his brother. And that's kind of why he's, kind of sort of happy-go-lucky, is because he, pushes the bad feelings down, and he always smiles. So,
He just toxic positivity.
Yeah, exactly. He blocked the memories, and then he just... His mother would beat him, or his father would beat him if he wasn't smiling. So that's why he always smiled. And then Mira sees him always smiling, and then thinks, oh, I should get with him because if I touch his heart, I'll be able to smile. Not knowing that the reason that he smiles is because of trauma. And then fucking Eric, who's the fucking simp, is like, yeah, she's my angel, she's my, whatever. Not knowing that she's a fucking serial killer.
Okay, so far we gotta love the robot girl. Saying, love the robot girl instead.
We haven't gotten to the dumbest part yet. It gets dumber. I'll just skip to the ending, please. Let me just explain the ending. So at one of the time, was that?
I will.
Okay.
And
Yeah, please. Just explain if there's one thing Okay. So in one of the timelines, Fi dies, and it's just these two, right? So okay. Oh my God, no! I forgot. Okay, so oh my God.
take a breath, dude. Take a sippy sip. Come on.
So at one point during the game, they go into a puzzle room. They find this giant fucking alien device or something like that. And it has all these pods that you can step in, and then it has like a terminal that you type in things on. And then it has these two giant like acorn-looking things. And so they are told by Zero that this was an alien artifact that was discovered in the late 19th century by German explorers. They found this out of nowhere. Keep in mind, this is not alluded to. This is not, what's the word? This is never foreshadowed, and it's never explained. That they found an alien device that allows people to make a copy of themselves and send them to another timeline. You never find out where this came from, what aliens made this, if this truly is an alien artifact, or why this was kept under wraps, or how the bad guy even obtained this device, because the device was discovered by like German scientists, and then they did some tests with it, and then at some point the bad guy gets the device. And the way it works is that there are two pods. You can put a person in each pod, and then what it does is that it creates a copy, it clones you, and sends that information of the clone into the machine of the other timeline, and, generates a copy of you into that other dimension. So it basically, and they actually describe it as a fax machine. Because when they were first trying to explain like how this thing works to themselves, they're like, "Oh, it makes a copy. I guess. Oh, whatever. Wait, what does that mean when it makes a copy?" One of the characters I think Diane says, "I think it's like when you fax something, because my mom once tried to fax a letter, but she said something like, well, why do I still have the original letter? I thought I sent it through the phone line, not knowing how a fax machine worked." So they literally describe it as an interdimensional fax machine.
Holy shit. That is the most stupid thing I've ever heard. I'm going to die now.
Alien artifacts and interdimensional fax machines has never come up in any point in any of the earlier games. Nothing alien has ever come up. There's no concept of alien technology or physical time traveling. Like, it has never come up. And then all of a sudden, all that happens is you just go into a room, you see this weird alien device, and the bad guy says, "Oh, by the way, I happen to have this device. It was discovered by German scientists, like, in 1888, and I have it now, and you have to figure it out in order to solve the puzzle room." And then they do the puzzle, and then they go, "What the fuck is this?" And then they go on. They one of them goes on a terminal and it says like, "Yeah, I think like you can send somebody through to another timeline, but it And then I think Zero says something like because he's just a voiceover, like a PA system. He says like, yeah, it makes a copy of you, and then in the other timeline, the machine will take that information and then take like the basic chemical components of a person and then construct it and basically make a clone out of you and have it exist in that other timeline.
Can I fax myself over to New York?
Apparently so, but it would have to be another timeline. It would have to be a.
Can I do that? Like, can I go 20 years back and just fax myself over to, like, I don't know where you were 20 years ago, like a strip club or some shit? Hello, just arrive and be like, hey, you're gonna meet me in 20 years, don't be scared, just a heads up.
Okay, yeah, so you find out that one of the characters, so trying to find out where, how the character was, oh god, so one of the characters, by here, turns out,
Girl,
yeah, glasses girl, yeah, she was put in, so at some point, like, before the events of the game, she was put into this machine, sent back to shortly after, like, 1888, or something like that, when the Germans had this machine, right? And so, like, the German scientists just all of a sudden just find this baby, they just find this baby in the machine, and they're like, oh shit, we gotta take care of this baby. And then they send another copy of the baby 100 years later to 2008, and then the original, the 100-year-old Phi, the first Phi that was sent back, takes care of the new Phi that was sent 100 years in the future. Or no, not 100 years, but like, I don't know, it's like some...
Phi-ception!
Yeah! So Phi gets sent back in time, and then sends her back forward in time, and then takes care of her, becomes her own guardian. I am not joking.
Because you never had a dad, right? Imagine becoming your own dad. Like, your dad's out of the picture. Like, imagine becoming your own father.
And turns out Sigma's the father. Sigma and Diane are the parents. And Sigma and Diane are the parents.
Oh, bye.
Yes. So in one of the endings, it's just them, and they're trapped in, because it's an underground bunker, right? So they're trapped underneath because the device that opens the door got destroyed. So even though they're the only two left, and they would have enough passwords in order to leave, they can't. So they're trapped down there, and so it's just Sigma and Diane, and they're doing whatever. And then they fall in love and presumably have sex, and then 9 months later they give birth to twins. And they're like, well, they don't question why they did that because they're like, barely have enough food to sustain ourselves for how long? Why did we have babies? We're kind of fucked because now we have to feed ourselves and two babies. But then they're like, wait, how about we send the babies back in time? We can't save the babies in this timeline, but we can send a copy of the babies back in time, and they send both of them back to 1890 or whatever. They're like, we need to send them back before any of this shit takes place. So let's send them back where we know that the German scientists have them, and not the guy that's running this whole, not Zero, is holding this shit, because they never find out exactly when Zero acquires this device. So they're like, we'll send them to where we know Zero doesn't have it, is when the German scientists find this machine. And that's how the original Phi gets sent back to like 1890, and then at some point the scientists were like, okay, let's send the baby back like 70 odd years into the future. So then the second baby, the male baby, turns out to be the bad guy.
Wait, so does does the age of the thing that you fax, does it change? Like, if I send my dog, like, 9 years back, is my dog 1 again? Or
No.
okay,
So
it
the
just stays the same age, but you,
yeah.
like, can fax copies of it?
Yeah, it just makes an exact copy of the thing that you sent back. So if you send back a baby back 90 years, it'll be a baby 90 years ago. Like they'll receive a baby 90 years ago, and then that baby will presumably be 90 by the time the baby was sent back in time. And that's exactly what happened before. Was that they then sent Phi back in time again to like 70 years to test this machine out. I don't know why that long, but then they received the machine. So then the original Phi that was sent back, who's now 70, receives the new Phi that was then faxed again forward in time, and then takes care of the second Phi. Because Phi at one point says, yeah, I was just taking, I don't remember my childhood. All I knew is that this old lady took care of me. And then when all this shit is revealed, she's like, oh, that was, oh my God, I was my own mom.
Like, that's silly.
It is! And then the other person, like I said, is the bad guy. His name is Delta. So,
In Dutch, we would say kankergat.
what does that mean?
Okay, so gaat is when someone's something's like just about baked, you know? It's just about ready to eat. So, but we also use it for when something's weird as fuck. So, if you say something kankergat, you say something's cancer, weird as fuck. And like, this is like kankergat. This is like the biception is the definition of kankergat.
Yes, this is the most Phi-ception ever. So, the second baby that was sent back in time. So, okay. So, the reason why they were named Phi and Delta is because they literally write the names on the feet of the baby. That's how the names of the babies were kept, right, the way they were. So that the scientists that receive the babies see the names written on their feet, and they're like, oh, this one is Phi and this one is Delta. They're like, because originally when they named the babies, they're like, well, this one's a girl. I'll name her Phi after Phi, our partner that died. And then, well, because she already has a Greek name, let's name the male baby Delta. And then Sigma's, and Sigma is also a Greek letter. So he's like, let's make this 2 on the nose. Let's make the other baby Delta. And so Delta gets sent back in time, and now he grows up to be basically old man Wesker, because when he's revealed, here's the twist. Delta was with them the entire time. Oh my God. Okay. So when they find out that, that one of the babies they sent back in time was the guy that orchestrated this whole thing, this guy in a wheelchair just comes off screen, wheels in off screen, stands up and says, yeah, I'm Delta. Throughout the entire game, whenever you played as these 3, there was a 4th guy who was presumably to be deaf and mute in a wheelchair off screen the entire time. They never show him. They only reveal him when they point out that he exists. He was off screen the entire time, and no one ever refers to him. You the player, don't know he's there until somebody says, oh shit, we sent a baby back in time, his name is Delta, and then this guy in a wheelchair just wheels himself in and stands up and says, yeah, I'm Delta. And he's voiced by the same guy that voices Wesker from Resident Evil.
Like, imagine. I'm I'm sorry, but I'm just imagining the scenario in my head where I'm like talking about you to some of my friends, and then you all of a sudden fax yourself to me and you go, yeah, she's talking about me. Hi.
So, no joke, there was just an old man off screen the entire game that turned out to be the bad guy, and only when he finds out what, that this bad guy still, was sent back in time and said all this stuff, because, like, you have to actually type in the name of the bad guy, because they're like, there's a point where, like, Eric goes insane, right? He finds a shotgun, and he's pointing at one of the other characters and says, you tell me who fucking killed Mira, right? And if you don't know the question, if you don't know the answer, he'll shoot you, and then that's game. He'll shoot all the other characters, and that's game over. When you find out that there was a baby named Delta sent back in time, now again, you don't know that he was behind any of this. It's the only other name the only reason you would type in Delta, it's because it's the only other name you know besides the names of the characters involved in the game. You're like, well, there's this other baby that was sent back in time, Delta. I'm going to put Delta in just to see what happens. And then when you do, that's when Delta rolls himself in on his wheelchair, stands up and says, yeah, that was me. Like, I'm Delta. And what's funny is that originally, when you first... oh my god, I should show. So this is how...
It's going insane.
0...
Bro, it's going insane, honey. Take your time.
Yeah. So this is... Okay. So, now I played the game myself, but I ended up watching a stream of one of my favorite Let's Players. His name is Super Great Friend. The guy I used to watch on and off the stream or whatever. Let me see if I can find... there's so much that I skipped.
But you don't have to tell me everything. Just
No, I won't. I just need to show the climax, or the point where he's shown.
oh, dude.
Or should I just get right down to Delta?
Okay, yeah. So the player, Super Great Friend, like he gets to the point where he has to type in
Pay. Or if I...
Is that true, Diana?
Okay, so there's a scene in the game where Eric goes fucking insane, pulls out a shotgun and says, I'm gonna kill every motherfucker in here if you don't tell me who killed Mira. Because Mira dies, presumably by Zero, who ends up being Delta. And he pulls out a shotgun and says, I'm gonna kill everybody if you don't tell me who killed Mira. And at this point, you don't know, unless you guess Delta. And every choice, he says... like, if you put in, like, one of the other characters' names, he'll say, like, oh, it was you, and then he'll shoot that character, and then he'll be like, you know what, fuck it, I'll shoot everyone else too, and then he does. So all those leads to game overs. All those leads to dead ends. So, what you're just supposed to do is just tell... I think this is it. Yeah, so it'll then ask you, what is Zero's real name? And you actually have to type it in, and I think, is this the part where he types it in, the player? Where SGF play.
Delta.
Okay.
The name of Zero is Delta.
If I could turn this up.
But yeah.
Zero. The real Zero is...
Oh! So, okay. So, this boy ends up being a robot. This boy is also a robot. That's not actually a helmet, that's his head. I'm not going to elaborate anymore.
Oh, okay. I think I get that.
Yeah.
What the fuck is that face?
So he points at the screen and says, you! So, like, at first I thought it was going to be this fourth wall breaking thing, being like, wait.
Delta?
I've heard that name before.
Yeah, me too.
Right, so this whole thing is from...
Sorry, but
You guys wouldn't know.
Diane, is that what her name is?
Yeah, Diana, yeah.
To this
Constipated, dude.
They all have weird faces on, yeah.
Would you stop?
She looks
yapping,
worried
son?
as hell, like her cat just
This
died.
old man's name is Q.
Eric obviously fucking snapped.
Yeah. And then also they do,
Robot Kid. And we have, like, Sigma, who looks fucking angry for some reason.
So, okay, so the idea is that because of the events of VLR, his consciousness is sent back to his original body. So he had grown to like 70-odd years, right, in VLR. And then he sends his consciousness back. So now he has the consciousness of a 70-odd-year-old in the body of a 20-year-old. So he's always very stoic. So he's just always has his arms crossed and just has this stern face. Like I don't know. I guess that's how they decide to depict an old man in the body of a young guy. I don't know. So like he's just, I don't know.
But you could have just done like a Kiryu thing, you know? Like you could have made him stern, but not like that.
Yeah. So then they do this other fake out where it's like, oh, they made you think that the kid's name was Q, but his name is actually Sean. And then Q is actually referring to what they thought Delta's name was.
That's right.
That's what he was called at
I
Decon.
don't think his name is Q.
Yeah,
That's so
I
weird.
called him that. And Mira, she always called this man Q too.
So they did see this old guy before during like the Mars test site shit before they were told before it turned into the killing game. So they did see this old man before, but they never point him out to the player. So you, the player, never knew that this old guy existed. So that's the other bullshit thing about this game.
Then
Why it got to be this way? Just make a plot and interesting characters that make sense. And a monkey could do that.
No, man. Uchikochi, the creator, just says, fuck that. I'm going to make an old guy sit off screen the entire time, and I'm going to have him voiced by Wesker.
I can't actually hear the voice, but I bet it.
Oh, no, no one's talking right now.
he stood. This guy totally stood.
Oh, you can't hear it over the
Completely
No.
Okay.
Because I got the stream muted.
Okay.
Because otherwise I hear myself double. Like.
Yeah.
I thought you were supposed to be deaf.
Well, I got there's subtitles, so you understood.
Okay.
Yeah.
Here we are.
I mean, it doesn't show.
All of you will be
Deaf people can talk. What the fuck?
We use deaf and mute, but
wheelchair too.
he was deaf, mute, and blind. Well, that's what they were told. He wasn't any of that.
Is Q.
And he's in a wheelchair, but he suddenly stands up. I mean,
What's
people
more,
in
he can't
wheelchairs can
see or
stand up.
hear either.
Still.
But the idea is that he completely faked all of his
But
disabilities
then why?
because purely to spy on the other characters in the
Together on
game.
Mars for an extended period of time. What kind of problems would that bring?
So
Then why did nobody else go, oh yeah,
large.
by the way, this guy,
Alive.
for no reason, just standing there all the time.
he wasn't standing. He was always in a wheelchair. He never got up because he just kind of just.
You get my point, right? Like, why did nobody say, like, oh, what's that guy doing over there?
Yeah, they did. Yeah, they never point that out. Like I said, it's a stupid twist. That's why it's so bad, because they intentionally leave information away from the player. So that's what makes it a shitty twist, is that like you can't just a good twist has to be foreshadowed, right? So like I guess the perfect example would be The Sixth Sense, right? The whole thing where Bruce Willis turns out to be dead the whole entire time. So, like, the whole idea is that, you know, the kid tells him, Bruce Willis, that, you know, dead people don't know they're dead. No one can communicate with the dead except for people like the kid. And so if you watch the movie knowing the twist, you realize that no one actually directly talked to Bruce Willis. So that's what foreshadowed the idea that Bruce Willis was dead. So that's how you foreshadow a twist, so that when you watch the thing again, knowing the twist, you go, oh, I see. Oh, that makes sense. But in this case, that's not there, because there's no point where you would go, oh, there was a man in a wheelchair off screen the entire time. No, there's no way you would know that.
Yeah. Imagine. I'm trying to realize this into like real life thing, right? Imagine if I was just like, always following you in a sense, and then all of a sudden like, you go, like, somebody points at me and you turn around and you go, what the fuck are you doing here? And I go, I don't know, I've always been here.
Exactly, yes! Yeah, you're just doing...
Like, that doesn't make sense. If you make a game or a thing, unless it's purely based in fantasy, like you got aliens, it needs to make sense in real life. And even if you do have aliens or something, it needs to be believable to real life people. So that's why I tried to translate these things into real life things, because they just don't make sense. Like, I could not see them happening.
Yes!
Yeah, the faxing thing is kind of cool, I guess, but even then,
Yeah, that's what, like I said, that's what makes me fond of this game, where it's like, it's not good. Like, this would never win an award. This would never... Yeah, exactly. It's like... But, like, the first two games were actually, like, decent, where it's like, it makes sense in its weird anime sense, where it's like, somebody, like I said, I say in the beginning that somebody refers to this as an anime airport thriller. Meaning that, like, it's, like, it's engaging enough to stick with you for, like, the time that you read it, so that if you pick it up in an airport, like, if you go to an airport bookstore and you're like, oh, it's this Stephen King, or whatever, this, not Stephen King, but, like, somebody lesser than that, or like, oh, I'll read this book, it's about science fiction, it's about time travel, and then you read this book, and it has all these, twists and all this stuff like that, but it's not good enough where it stays with you. The only purpose of the book is that, like, it just keeps you occupied during the flight, you know what I mean? And that's exactly what this game is. Except it's so dumb that it does stick with you, but not for the intended reason.
It sticks with you because it's funny.
Exactly, yeah. There was an old man in the... And then, okay. So the other twist is that in the very beginning of this game, the third game, Zero comes out. So all 9 characters, and presumably... Well, no, not Delta, because he's Zero at this point. But he's in disguise. So the 9 characters, the main 9 characters. So that's the other thing. Even though there's 9 characters, it's not known as a nonary game, because there was actually 10 characters. So it's called the digital game. And at first you're like, well, why is it called the digital game? And it's called the decision game. I'm sorry, the decision game, because there's no elaborate choosing system. They don't have the they don't have the prisoner's dilemma. They don't have the digital root things with the colors or the numbers or whatever. It's just that at certain points you have to make a decision where it's like, do you want to push this button or not push this button? So it just seemed like they simplified it so that, like, you're just making random decisions at some point. So that photo that I showed you with well, I don't want to get into that because that's not the point. So the very first choice, the very first decision you have, Zero comes out and he says, I have a coin. It has a red side and a blue side. I'm going to flip the coin and step on it so that you can't see what side it landed on. And one of you have to tell me what side it landed on. And if you get it right, I'll let you all go. So what happens is that he flips the coin, steps on it. You can't see what color it is. And the way that it's programmed is that no matter what choice you make, it's always the right choice. So then he's like, okay, I guess you won, but I gotta put you to sleep first, and then you'll wake up outside. And then that's what happens. They all fall asleep, and then they wake up outside in the middle of the desert, and they're like, what the fuck just happened? And they're like, well, I barely remember flipping a coin, but that's it. And then that's it, and that's the game. You just there's like, well, let's just go home, and then the credits roll, right? So at first you're like, wait, what the fuck just happened? Did I just literally beat the game in 5 minutes? But then what you're supposed to do is go back to that decision, choose the other color, and then the true game begins. Right? So that's because he says that if you get it wrong, you have to play my game. And then that's the main game. You're making all, where you're making these decisions, and then certain people have to die in order to get the 6 passwords in order for everyone to leave, and blah, 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 blah. So, shortly after this guy reveals himself, the 9 characters are alive, and Delta shoots himself, and then he says, like, oh, when I die, it sets off a self-destruct sequence, so in 5 minutes, this place is going to explode. So, you guys are standing there being like, well, what the fuck do we do? And they're like, well, we can shift to another timeline. And they're like, well,
just ask yourself.
Yeah, but they go, well, we can shift to another timeline. Wait, what timeline do we shift to? How about the one where we won the coin toss? And so they shift themselves to the timeline where they win the coin toss. And that's the first time that they think of doing that the entire game, where they're like, wait, let's go to the one timeline where, like, we didn't have to do with any of this bullshit. They don't figure that out until the very end of the game, mainly because all 9 characters weren't there, because the idea was that they were all separated from each other for bullshit reasons. It's also really stupid. Also, Delta has the ability to mind hack. That's the other thing, was that, like, Eric was holding a shotgun, right? And then Delta says, like, oh, I know how to get out of here, but... And then he makes Eric shoot him with the shotgun. And then they're like, oh shit, what... Eric, why did you kill him? He was about to tell us. And he's like, I don't know, he hacked my mind to make him shoot him. And then, like, yeah, it just fucking... that's the whole thing, was that, like... That's his ability. Now, Delta can't shift himself. The reason why he built the entire game... Because he is unable to go between different timelines. The reason why he built the entire game was so that he could be born. So he was born in another timeline, but he realizes he cannot ever be born for real unless he builds the elaborate scenario where he is birthed by Diane and then set back in time. So that's why he sets off. That's why he creates this game, so that it sets off the events where he is born, and that's it. And then the other characters are like, "Well, you do realize you're guilty of murder." And he's like, "What do you mean? I can't shift between timelines, and in this timeline, I didn't kill any of you, so I'm not guilty of anything." And they're like, yeah, but you set up this entire death game. Like, that makes you at least, like, an attempted murderer. And he's like, no, because I destroyed all of the things that would lead me to, that would be discovered to me setting up this whole thing. So then Delta goes, I'm going to give you one less decision. And he gives him a gun and says, like, you can either kill me or don't. I don't know. And then then one of the characters points the gun at Delta, and then the game just ends. It doesn't show whether or not the guy shoots him or not. It doesn't give you a decision.
That's also weird. What the fuck?
That's what I'm saying.
No, like, what the fuck are you... I don't get this. Why? Like, there's so many loopholes, right? Like, if I've got questions. If there are, like, fax machines that have been found in fucking 18 something, why didn't people... Cause Junpei had to develop the thing for them to shift so they could kill the virus or whatever.
Yeah.
Right? So why didn't they just use the fax machine?
Well, they didn't discover the fax machine until the third game, and then presumably the fax machine was kept under wraps by the German scientists, and then they never explain why, but Zero, aka Delta, somehow acquired the machine and then kept it under wraps, and only revealed that he had this machine to the other characters during this game. So,
But, like, if he's off screen the entire time, why not like feel him, you know? Like body check to see if he's got like keys on him or anything that can help you.
it just never occurred to them. Also, the way that the machine works is that it can only send 2 people at a time. If you try to put more than one person in the pod that would fax you, it won't work. And also, it takes 10 months to recharge the device. So you can only send 2 people every 10 months. So basically, because this game takes place over like a couple days, they can only ever send 2 people in each timeline.
Okay, but then send 2 people to a timeline to fix it, and then like I don't know, send 2 people to a timeline to make more of these pods. Send them back. You know, get the pods to the rest of the group. Escape.
Well, I don't think
You know?
I don't think there's any way to develop more of these pods because it was just found.
Yeah.
The device was just found by scientists, and as far as I know, they haven't been able to recreate the pods. And also, this whole device takes up like an entire room.
You can ask the scientist, hey, where the fuck did you get that thing?
Yeah, that's the thing, is that they don't
send you up there and like dig up to find more of them or whatever.
Yeah, like they never elaborate on where this device came from, other than that it came from aliens. They never elaborate as if there's more technology like this, or if they were able to recreate it. Alien technology never came up in any other point in the series, and you never find out like anything more about the origin of this device, other than that they have the device and it can fax people back in time, but only 2 people at a time every 10 months, and then that's it. And that's it. And then scientists fax the baby into the future, and then those people, and then later some people fax the baby into the past, and that's the one that faxed the baby into the future and took care of the baby, and then the baby was actually birthed by by Sigma and Diane in like the year 2030 something. And yeah, it's like I said, this is what kind of keeps me. This is why I love this series, is because somebody actually thought this was like I don't know. It's like it like again, it's confounding, like where it's like somebody actually thought this up. Like a guy apparently. Like this was created. Like it was. I don't know how many people wrote this. I'm sure multiple people wrote the dialogue, but the entire scenario, as far as I know, was created by one dude. So like it had to be one guy that just came up with the whole idea. Where it's like, yeah, so this guy made a game where 2 people fall in love and have a baby. They give birth to me and then send me back in time through an interdimensional alien device. And then that leads to me being sent back in time as a baby, and then eventually I would get the device for myself, and then I put the device in a game where a bunch of people are trapped, so that 2 of those people will fall in love and give birth to me. That's the game.
Why make it so complicated though?
I don't know! But that's what I love about it. It's like it made it needlessly complicated. That's what I love.
I guess you're right, but like, still, I wish I wish my head didn't hurt right now.
Yeah, I know.
Like this whole thing, I understand why you need eggnog. I understand why you need alcohol. Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Like I said, it's one of those things where it's like once you know about it, you want to tell as many other you want to tell other people as many other people as possible, because you feel like you have this cursed knowledge, and like you get obsessed with it to the point where it's like they're not going to believe what
I have that with true crime.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, exactly. It's like they need to know what I know, because they need to know that this exists, that what I also know. You know what I mean? Yeah, exactly.
The shit with the Weird and Now podcast and the Okira the Wolf thing talking about yesterday. That's one of those forbidden knowledge things that everyone is disgusted by. But if you've actually seen the leaks, you need to let other people know, like, hey, I found people on Telegram doing this kind of shit. And it confuses and fucks the shit out of people mentally, where they're like, what the fuck? But they need to know, right? Same thing with this game. They need to know about the fucking Fiveception.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, and then the whole idea is that this all happened because of a snail, right? Because the kid that Q is based, Sean, the boy robot, was actually modeled after a real, not a real life, but an actual boy in the game's universe that died because one of the victims of the Heart Ripper was a surgeon that was going to perform this life-saving surgery on this kid, but because he got killed, the kid died, and then that's also kind of what made Delta make the robot based after this kid. And the kid, the kid robot is, now he can't shift himself because he's a robot, but the reason he's able to retain knowledge is because his brain is remotely connected to a quantum computer. So the quantum computer can calculate things that happen in every timeline. So he basically already has the knowledge of every timeline because he's hooked up to a quantum computer. I'm 100% serious. That was not a joke.
Okay, so in Dutch, there's this meme where two guys are doing a thing on the internet, right? And the one guy is confused about something, so then he tells the other guy, "Hey Don, look this up." And then Don goes, "I'm not a walking Wikipedia, motherfucker." And then people actually started making Donpedia. They made Wikipedia, but with Don's face as the logo. And I just imagine the robot kid being that.
Yeah.
I just imagine you could pull off that meme with the robot kid perfectly.
What's funny is,
you could tell the robot kid, hey, look this up. And the robot kid's like, I am a walking Wikipedia, but I'm not gonna tell you.
Yeah. Oh. What's funny is that when it's revealed that the kid is actually a robot, what happens is that the kid doesn't know he's a robot, right? And everyone just assumes that metal thing he has over his head is a helmet. And they find a keypad at the back. So they're like, well, we got to find out what the password is for this keypad, because that's probably what opens up this helmet. And then eventually you do find the code, and you type it in, and then what happens is that you see off camera the quote unquote helmet come off, and then it zooms up from the kid's feet up to his head, thinking that you're gonna see his head, but there's nothing there because the helmet was his head. Now the kid still is alive because again his brain isn't in his body. It's remotely connected to this quantum computer. So he's still functioning. He's just standing there and just being and then his voice comes from the head being like, what's going on? Why is my head detached or whatever? And then the other characters are freaking out. It's like, oh my God, he's not real. He's a robot. And then, yeah, the kid's like, oh my God, I'm a robot. And then, yeah, that's it. And they also...
fucking funniest shit I've ever heard.
Yeah, and then they also fake out that there's a achievement that happens when you put in the code, the achievement alludes to a character in a previous game, so it makes you think like, oh, it's this other character. It's probably Quark, right? So like, I think the name of the achievement was like Quark, like Quark of something. And so you think like, oh, it's going to be Quark. It zooms up and it's going to pan up and it's going to show his face and it's Quark, but it's not. It's there's nothing there. It turns out the kid's just a completely different robot. He's a robot. He's not actually one of the other characters, but they make you think for a split second that it is, because the achievement pops up, like if you're playing on Steam or one of the consoles. And then so it just, like, the game just fucks with you. Like, this series makes Hideo Kojima look like a normal, like, just straightforward, just a straightforward normal writer.
I gotta ask you
Yep.
a very important question.
Yep.
Okay, you ready for this?
Yes, go ahead.
If I died, would you make a robot out of me?
If I knew how to, yes. But it would probably be a really bad robot.
Why?
I don't know.
Like, just imagine putting quotes of me in a computer, and then every time you do something stupid, it calls you a cancer, like flag. Or something like that.
That reminded me of this Adult Swim video where it's like people being put into computers when they die. It's so good. Maybe you want to mute yourself and then turn on the...
Yeah.
Oh, no. Or turn on the stream.
Hold on, I will.
It's really good. And this reminds me of the whole, like, dying and putting in a robot, like, whatever.
Meet Alan Resnick.
So just let me know when you... Oh, no, wait. Yeah, wait, if you mute yourself, I won't be able to hear it. I'm just going to play it. So just turn on the... I'll give you 10 seconds to put on the... I'm going to vape and then set yourself up to...
Meet Alan Resnick, the hot young tech wizard who revolutionized the computer industry.
Back-end, OpenGL, RAM-swapping, internet.
He has touched thousands of people.
A big part of my life was just gone. But then I met Mr. Resnick.
Imagine the fastest computer you've ever seen. Now double.
People don't die, people's bodies die. He taught me that.
So take a seat at Alan's exclusive seminar and learn his secrets for immortality.
Thank you, Mr.
Let's turn this down a little bit.
I don't know how to thank him. It's a miracle.
Are you ready to live forever, you guys? My name is Alan Resnick, and I'm so excited to be here. I found the secret to eternal life, and I found it on my Lapbook Pro. Now, you're looking at me and you're saying, Alan, you are so smart, you are so small. What is your origin tale? Well, it all started 2 years ago. Me and Janet were having a bit of a lover's quarrel, and she's got me sleeping on the couch. Now, I don't mind, I'm fine with it, I'm snoozing, and I'm having a dream. I'm in a foggy meadow, and in the distance, I hear a voice calling me, Alan, Alan, just like that. And the fog clears to reveal a beautiful, nude woman. And she's saying, Alan, I'm ready for you, put your dirt in me. And I'm thinking, whoa, hold on a minute. I'm in enough trouble with the wife as it is, this is the last thing I need, but I do it anyways. And right as I'm about to seal the deal, out of nowhere, I get shot with a gun, and it completely destroyed my face. And that's how I got my fantastic idea. What if I could back myself up like my best favorite MP3 file? Or like a TIFF or a PDF? And after 2 months of hard work, I had done it. I had made an exact digital copy of myself, and I'm so excited to introduce to you my co-host and best friend in the whole world. He's exactly like me in every way. He calls himself Teddy. I don't know why. My name is Alan. Hello, my name is Teddy. I was created to be an exact digital backup of Alan Resnick. My purpose is to replace Alan Resnick. at the time of his death. Thank you. Well, that's true, Teddy, but you're also here to help me explain my 4-step program to live forever as you are now through 3D scanning and other digital archiving techniques. Step number 1 is the most important step, getting to know yourself. Now, you're probably thinking, Alan, I think I know myself pretty well. I've spent every day of my life by myself. There's nothing about me that you can tell me that I don't already know. Well, I got some bad news for you, Mason. No one knows you. You see, by the age of 6, every human brain has formed a small calcified pebble called the Schrader clot, which prevents any amount of self-awareness. But don't worry, because I've come up with an exercise to help us move past that pebble. All you have to do is look. Look at your face in the mirror. Look at your eyes. Look at the nose, the mouth, the philtrum. You're gonna do this for 5 hours every night, then just borrow a pen or a pencil from a buddy or friend, flip off that light switch and draw an image of what you think you saw in the mirror. Now hang up those drawings all over your house to remind you of what you did in the bathroom. I love my wife. She is nice. My name is Teddy. Step number 2 is my favorite step. You're gonna come to my house. I'm gonna strobe blindingly bright lights into your eyes and face while you spin in my living room. Now my patterns are going to be queered by your head form, and they're gonna generate 3 point cloud axes, XI. And then all you have to do is boolean the XI, and you're gonna end up with a 3D model mesh of your head. It captures every wrinkle, every tear. After all, it's our imperfections that make us human, right, Teddy? I am sorry, Alan. I didn't understand what you just said. Please clarify statement. I said it's our imperfections. Imperfection. To not be perfect. Defect. Flaw. Deformation. Ha 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 ha. Okay. Have you ever gone over to your girlfriend's house and she's covered her face in disgusting makeup, and you find out that all of a sudden you don't love her anymore? It's not her fault, it's not your fault, it's actually science. See, she didn't know it at the time, but she had just destroyed that natural, luminescent quality that makes a woman beautiful. Beautiful. Like a grape or a candle. Now that's a property called the uncanny valley. The uncanny valley states that when a non-human object begins to appear more human, it starts to get really cute. To a point. And then it becomes creepy. Blech. I love my beautiful wife. It's like this. Imagine I'm jogging, and I love to jog, so I'm jogging. And out of nowhere, damn it! I stubbed my toe on a rock. On an ugly rock. But hey, I got my pen here. Maybe I'll draw 2 eyes on the rock, and now all of a sudden, whoa! This rock's looking kinda cute. I'm starting to like this rock. What if I draw a nose and a mouth on the rock, and now all of a sudden, whoa! This is the cutest rock I've ever seen. I can't believe I'm falling in love with a stone. And then you're gonna wanna coat the rock in skin and flesh and... Ooh, uncanny valley. Your rock fell down into the uncanny valley. It's down here with moving corpses, and this is where your girlfriend lives, and we're gonna try to hop on over and land on the other side with a believable human with real skin and flesh. I got an internship at the morgue, and I found out that every human face can contain as many as 6 muscles. And those muscles expand and contract and wibble and nibble and pull and tug at the skin. Ooh, that's a lot of stress. Skin stress. Skin stress tests. I put every avatar I make through a variety of intensive skin stress tests. I do ball test. Yes, I have wiggle test. Whoever said I didn't have wiggle test was lying. I shake up those avatars, and last but not least, we have durability and tear testing. Because the last thing you want is your avatar's skin to rip or tear when you're trying to chat about your day. Do I get to see my wife? Don't. That's it. We've created a real-life avatar. I guess I can just go home now. Bye-bye. Oh, wait. You forgot the personality, and it's only the most important step.
Also, I noticed that little detail. Might as well point this out. One of it, when it says size small. Alan Resnick. Y'all call himself small earlier.
I'm going to come into your house. I'm gonna come into your home, and I'm gonna stay with you for 2 months. I'll bring a cot and a humidifier, and I'm gonna find out what makes you you. Every morning, you're gonna wake up with me on top of you. I'm gonna ask you hundreds of personal questions. Hundreds of personal questions. Things like, have you ever caught a friend telling a lie? What was the worst thing you ever had to clean off of a rug? What's the best pair of lips you ever kissed? How many books do you own? Have you ever had a soft-shell crab? How much water can you drink? How many times did you catch a ball at the ball game you went to? How do you feel when you touch a little dog's hair? What is it like to have your hand covered in old glue? And all that information gets scanned in, and it gets put into the USB drive of your computer, and it makes the brain of your avatar. So now my avatar doesn't just look like me, he also thinks like me. Here, I'll prove it. Hey, Teddy, when I do pasta, do I do spinny or bow tie?
My wife has hair.
When my Morgan passed away, I was devastated. I never thought anyone could replace her. But then I met Mr. Resnick, and he replaced her. He replaced her exactly, and life again is wonderful.
Are we riding in the car? I love to ride in the car.
Isn't that great? She loves the car.
Come on in, and we'll see what's here. I think there's a bird. Maybe a frog down here.
This room is cold.
Oh, hello, Trish.
This room is too cold.
Oh, you know what I think it is?
I do not like being cold.
But I think today is Monday.
It is cold.
Oh,
this room is too cold.
It was Mom's idea.
Do you have a boogie board? I love boogie boards.
I don't like boogie boards. I like football.
I have to go out of town on business a lot these days, and that's just not fair to the new Morgan. So I went through the process myself.
Hello. Oh, hello. I love to watch TV. Does this car get good gas mileage? Are we watching Murphy Brown? Roll down the windows, please. Goodbye. Goodbye. Bye. Remarkable. I have touched so many lives with this remarkable technology. Teddy, thank you so much for helping me share this message tonight. You are welcome, Alan. You're my only son, and I built you in my image. I love you, Teddy. I love my wife. This is my wife. It is so nice to spend every day with your best friend. She is nice, and she is pretty too. What you're doing makes no sense, and it breaks my heart. And looks aren't everything, but it's nice to have a total package. And my wife is nice and pretty. He's his own guy, so he just, it's fine. I'm not mad. I think it's actually kind of manipulative, but it's disappointing too, so it's like whatever. These things happen. I'm just moving on. Folks, we live in a very spooky style world. No one's gonna do it for you, but all you have to do is take that first step, reach for that sweet, sweet fruit, and make nothing else you ever do ever matter.
If you would like to live forever as you are now, visit our website at www.liveforareaswiouransnick.net.
Whoa, that was loud. 10 years ago, whoa.
Dude,
all right, let me.
What was that?
It's Alan Resnick. So, if you ever heard of another, Alan Resnick does a bunch of shit like that. That was actually his most grounded of things. He used to do this YouTube channel called Alan Tutorial, and it started out with like, because remember like tutorial videos were really big on the internet like some years ago. So like, it started out with like regular tutorial videos. Well, not really regular, but it would be like how to pick up a blue chair or something like that. It would just be like tutorials for like mundane things. But then it just got like weird and subversive. And then like one of the last videos was like he's trapped in the back of a tractor trailer and he's covered in blood. And he's just like, I'm gonna do a tutorial. What's up?
Yeah, do it.
All right, let me. So yeah. See, he also did this. I don't. He has a bunch of these videos, so like I'm trying to think like what his best ones to show. But like I said, this was
some deep shit, dude.
Yeah. So it's like, so it starts out like this weird shit where it's like how to do this shit. I think this is the one I like the best of the early Alan tutorial.
Hey guys, thanks for coming to my Bluetooth
Okay,
page.
so you have the blue chair on the ground.
Today I'm gonna do an
It's pretty funny. I'll play the whole thing. It's only a minute. It's only 2 minutes long.
Chair if it falls down. So if you have a blue chair that fell down, and if you have a blue chair that fell down and you want to pick it up,
And now, what's he gonna do? Ooh, grippers.
If you have a blue chair that fell down, first thing you gotta do is get down to the level of the chair and you touch it.
It shows his grippers. Ew, dude.
What's that?
And then it's simple.
It shows his grippers. Fucking gross.
First thing
Grippers? Oh, his hands?
is just to lift. If the chair doesn't get up, just leave it. If you can't get the chair to pick up, you can try again by just getting your hand on it and giving a pull. If you can't get the chair to come up, you just leave it on the ground.
This same video quality as my childhood.
Yeah. Like I said, this is over 10 years ago.
Where's the bloody one though?
Let me see. I think. Oh, it's this one. Yeah. Disc tutorial. Yeah. So this is the one.
Give me 2 seconds to like mute myself again. So
Okay. Yeah. Sure.
The sound on.
All right. I'll take a vape break and then. So basically, so then the video has just become this.
Hey YouTube, okay, it's tutorial time, and I'm gonna find something. Okay, I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do a tutorial. Of course, it's YouTube. Gonna do it. Okay. First thing you gotta do in this tutorial is you gotta find something to do tutorial. You gotta find a tutorial. So okay, tutorial is gonna be about okay, this is the tutorial. This can be a tutorial, so this is the tutorial. This is the YouTube tutorial. I'm gonna do a tutorial about this metal disc. This disc is perfect for a tutorial. So this is the tutorial. Thanks, guys.
That's it, yeah. So like, yeah, that's the fucking.
Oops, I didn't.
That's fine.
Mute the tab. There we go.
Yeah. So
What the fuck?
So yeah, Alan Resnick just does weird subversive shit like that, and that was kind of what kind of brought him to his fame or whatever. You know, like his tutorials start like pretty plain, even though they're like, oh, I'm going to show you how to, you know, pick up a chair, or I'm going to tell you to, you know, whatever. But then it just became like, oh shit, now he's like in the middle of now he's like trapped in the woods, or now he's, well, whatever. I'm not going to keep going, you know, go through the whole thing. And he's done some other weird shit, like he did a thing on Adult Swim called This House Has Many Rooms in It, but I'm not going to play it because it's very, well, honestly, I don't really like it. It's kind of boring, but he does a lot of experimental, subversive shit. That's the kind of guy he is.
But like, we went from Fiveception to Tutorialception.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of the.
It becomes a tutorial.
Exactly. Yeah. So then, yeah, Alan Resnick takes the body of a child and he puts it into a computer, and he makes them like boogie boards. He does them like football, and then an old man faxes himself back in time, and then and then he's in a wheelchair, and then he makes up game and then they go to the moon, and then that's it. I think that's it. Whatever. That's it. That's everything. I think that's it. I don't know. I don't really know what else to say, but yeah. Damn. Shit.
Question: the tutorial or not the tutorial?
I wish there was a tutorial with Zero Escape. There's never any tutorials in Zero Escape because they just, I mean, the only tutorials you need is how to solve the puzzles, but you know, that's the you know, it's, I mean, like, okay, so if you don't, well, I mean, I guess we already know, but you know, it's like those escape room games that they used to have on Flash, and then they made a whole series around that, and then this guy decided, like, I'm gonna have this entire plot about God knows fuck what wrapped around these puzzles. Cause like that's like the actual gameplay is like you're in a room and you gotta escape and you gotta figure out these puzzles and then you escape the room. The plot is like, I don't know, he had a fever dream? I don't know. But like that's what I love about it is that, like, yeah, these are just like, remember, it's just like, imagine if you take a bunch of those Flash games and then you just write this weird ass fan fiction on like Wattpad, and like you feed them into an AI, and then you say like, hey, give me something about time travel, and it comes out with this, and then that's it. You have the Zero Escape games.
I see you're trying to speak my language.
Yeah, kinda.
Holy shit. What do you want to do next? You want to talk about Danganronpa?
Yeah, might as well. I mean, like I said, I only played the third one. But did you play the third one?
Like I said, I didn't play any Danganronpa games, but
okay.
About all of them. I know about all of them and exactly how they work and all of the lore because I'm stuck at a college where there's only gay people, so I know all of the characters. I know how they get killed. I know everything.
Okay. I mean, all that matters is Kokichi. All that matters is Kokichi. Kokichi's best.
People always say I look like Junko.
Junko? Really? Oh, okay.
Yeah, people always say I give up Junko vibes.
Okay.
I have, unlike the rest of my class, I have, like, I don't know. I have, like, the bag and stuff. Like, she has a bag, and I have the exact same bag. So people always go crazy because I have the same handbag as Junko.
I just looked up "Do It For Him," Kokichi, and of course somebody made this. This is what I would have. Kokichi's the best. I adore him so much. I don't know why.
Why though?
I don't know. It's just
so like. Do you want to get into like that weird Danganronpa lore?
Sure. Well, I mean,
the community is fucking insane.
Yeah. Well, like, yeah.
I already told you about the kid who tried to cut his finger off.
Yeah.
Right. Turns out he didn't actually do it. He
right.
just put like he just like put like some like rubber bands around his finger to make it look like there was like a cut there, because you know, like the blood flow cuts off, so your finger becomes kind of red at the tips when you do that.
Right.
And he tried to make it look like there was a cut there, and then he put like ketchup over it, I'm pretty sure. And he recorded himself hissing into the mic to make it seem like he was hurt.
Okay.
It's really bad because you can hear him go. You can hear him like basically hiss to himself, and then like just in the most mundane voice ever go, "Oh God, oh that hurts," but like in a really robotic voice, and then he goes back to hissing. It's the most hilarious thing ever. And then there's also, I believe this was the same game, right? I believe it was also a Danganronpa game where a bunch of kids, like I believe 2 children,
Right.
decided to cosplay Danganronpa characters, I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
And they went to a graveyard, and they went and sat on gravestones.
Okay.
Take pictures. Here's to take pictures of the cosplay, but they weren't wearing underwear.
What? Okay. That's the last thing I would expect to hear out of that. I don't know. But yeah, sure.
No. Raven, I need you to close your eyes and imagine this. Imagine teens, right? Like
Yeah.
16 to 18-year-olds.
Uh-huh.
Like pretty much close to my age, right?
Right.
Imagine them sitting bare assed on gravestones in Danganronpa cosplay just to take pictures and post them on Instagram.
There's a part of me that's kind of glad I grew up in the time that I did, because I feel like if I was born later and I grew up in like this age, this time as a teenager or 20-year-old, probably would have gotten involved in dumb shit like that too. But thankfully that kind of stuff didn't really exist back when I was a teenager, so like that, I don't know.
They got banned from the gravesite, by the way.
Oh yeah, no wonder. Yeah, I'm not surprised.
The gravesite owner, discovered their Instagram, and they were like, "You're not wearing panties in that picture. What the fuck? Get out!" So yeah,
Like what I wanted to have been Kokichi Oma. Ow, God, my knee. All right. I guess I sat.
oh, holy shit!
I sat weird, and all my knee hurts. Yeah, I am old. God damn it. There's a part of me. Like I said, when I found out that whole thing about Cyrax, I was like, thank God I let people know that I am I am old as I say I am. Because, like, if I had kept that a secret for whatever reason, and then later they're like, oh, by the way, he's middle-aged, people would be like, why did he keep that a secret? Is he a creep or something? Is he, like, preying on little kids?
No. Like, a lot of VTubers keep their age a secret because, babe. But, I also get, a lot of people misinterpret the VTubing space as, a space for kids because there's anime characters.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
And anime, I'm sorry, but it isn't meant for children.
Yeah.
I see the VTubing space as being 16 and up. Because there's a lot of BlueTubers out there, and I feel like if you're 16, you shouldn't be watching Project Melody, obviously. That's something for 18 and over to watch, honestly. But streams like yours, where you sometimes make a lewd joke, and then for the rest of it, you just ramble about dumb shit.
Yeah.
I think that's appropriate for a minor. Don't you agree?
I think so, yeah. I mean, like, there's a part of me that's like, yeah, I'm not exactly say so, but I'm not exactly lewd either. But I think I'm dangerous for a completely different reason. It's like, you remember that episode of South Park with the Chimpokemon? I don't know if you're...
I don't watch that part.
Oh, okay. So there was... Okay, so, like, this was an old-ass episode, too. So they had a parody of Pokemon called Chimpokemon. And the idea was, the kids... You know, this was when Pokemon started becoming popular. And so they had an episode where the kids started watching this Pokemon parody called they watched their own version of Pokemon called Chimpokemon. And basically it's like the TV show looked like a dumber version of the anime. And so like everyone's talking really fast and just saying nonsensical shit, even though it's in English. And one of the parents are looking at it and they're like, man, I don't know. There's something about this that's like destructive to kids. And then the other one goes, well, there's no violence or sex in it. Like, what's wrong with it? And they're like, yeah, but it's incredibly stupid, and I think that's worse for kids. And it's like, the idea of like it just because it isn't like overtly offensive, but because it's stupid, might actually be more destructive. I don't actually think that's me, but you know what I mean. But it's like there's.
You get what I'm saying, right? Like,
Yeah.
I would not trust, like, a 14-year-old,
Oh, yeah.
12-year-old
Yeah.
in this space. Mind you, like, people under 12 are too young for Twitch anyway, but I would not trust, like, you know, like, a mid to young teen, basically, in this space, because VTubers in general, they're gonna make a lot of jokes that kids might not understand. Like, the VTubing space is fucking edgy. This can Pippa with her fucking shackles. The VTubing space is full of people who make jokes like that. And those kind of jokes you shouldn't repeat in public.
Yeah.
But I feel like older teens can recognize that and go, like, oh, that's okay to say, like, as a joke, but not when you're, like, in a public, like formal setting.
Yeah.
You know?
I mean,
I feel like older teens can recognize that, and younger teens just cannot, like, at all.
Yeah, and like that whole true crime stream a couple of weeks ago, where it's like that's messed up for a different reason. It's mostly me laughing at horrific things. I mean, mind you, it's because of that's like a coping mechanism, but I'm still making.
Tutorial.
What's that?
It's because of tutorial.
But yeah, it's
because you've been conditioned into thinking that every murder scene is just
a tutorial. This is how you put a skull inside of a Hello Kitty doll. First you have to kill a prostitute and then boil her guts. Like I guess that like further explain why I have like why I don't know, maybe it's the same with you, but because like when things get so fucked up that it's hard to like actually like recognize it as a fucked up thing, and then you're just like, man, it's just crazy people doing funny shit, like killing a woman and taking her skull and putting it into a Hello Kitty doll. That's fucking hilarious. And you're like, and if like you really were to like be near like any bit involved in that, like if you knew any of the people involved, you would be fucking sick, and you wouldn't ever think anything like light of it. But because like I just heard about this, it's being shown to me on a video that, you know, I never heard of any of these events before, and it's also taking place on the other side of the world, which I know it doesn't make it better. Like, I'm not saying like, oh man, these people from Hong Kong, they do crazy shit, but like, because it's taking place, you know, far away from where I am, you know, like there's still like a disconnect. So like, I mean, although, then again, if I heard that this took place, like, in, like, upstate New York, I probably was still, I don't know, I might have still reacted the same way.
Like, I get it. There's, like, a disconnect, but the thing with me is that things like that don't seem funny. They seem like, I don't know how to describe this, but it's, like, morbid curiosity, you know? Like when I saw the Hello Kitty thing, I was like, damn, dude, that's fucking disgusting, but also radical as fuck.
Yeah, it's like the funny part is not like, oh my god, they killed this woman. It's more like, why the fuck did you want to put her skull in a Hello Kitty doll? Like, what fucking, like, what? It's like, you did this horrible thing to a woman, and then on top of that, while they're doing this horrible shit, they said things like, there was all those quotes that's like, yeah, it was just a fun, jolly, or like, we were just having fun, or some shit like that. And it's like, wow, like, they're treating this like they're playing, you know, like, fucking Fortnite or some shit. Like, they're just hanging out, whatever, torturing this young girl, blah, 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 rubbing spices into her wounds, like, just doing all sorts of horrific shit, and then just being like
that's funny,
yeah!
Funny. No, but you, the reason why I laugh is because it's like I don't want to cry, so I laugh instead.
Exactly, yeah.
Also, for me, it's like, I've been on the internet ever since I was like 4, you know?
Yeah.
My time on the internet was like, like mid 2000s, 2010-ish,
right
around that time, you know. that's my time. But because of all the weird stuff, like, the internet was a lot less censored back then.
Yeah.
So because of that, because I spent most of my days behind my silly little desktop, like my HP computer, eventually you just see so many dicks and gore and everything, you get desensitized to it. It's like, at first you're disgusted and you want to throw up.
Yeah.
But like, after so much of seeing it, so much exposure to it, basically you get desensitized to a point where you're like craving for that same shock value you had like years ago. You know, like, I'm still craving for that same amount of shock I saw, like, when I was like 9 years old. I was in the internet and I found like animated dinosaur necrophilia, you know? I'm like looking for that same kind of sensation because honestly, I've been on the internet for so long. Anytime I hear about like a pedophile or some shit, it's boring.
Yeah.
It's boring because I've heard about it so much that it's like, another video, whatever. Another guy came out as a groomer, whatever.
Yeah.
Another guy fucked his dog, whatever. I've seen that before. Old news, you know.
Yeah, the thing. Oh, sorry.
I really shouldn't be treating things like that because it's like, you know, serious when somebody, you know, puts a hooker in a Hello Kitty doll.
Yeah.
Or fucks his dog to death or what have you. But that's serious. That's things people should be arrested for. That's things I should feel sick about, but I don't feel sick about them because I've seen them so much that you just get desensitized to that shit.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because like
me on the internet at such a young age, you know, maybe my parents should not have allowed me a computer at the age of like 4 or 5.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember, because, like, okay, so I got online in my mid-teens. This was in the mid-90s, and this was on, like, 56K modems. It was on dial-up, so it was slow as hell. So, like, the most you saw were images. And when you had ISPs like AOL, that was also, like, heavily censored. Like, you could go on, like, the World Wide Web, but, like, AOL had its own, like, thing where it has its own content and it's like executable. It just had its own stuff in it. I can't really remember, but it was family friendly, right? So very rarely did you go like on like the World Wide Web, like where you actually go to the browser and go to like whatever website. I don't think it was until like maybe the early 2000s or maybe the late 90s that I started seeing like some really weird shit. Because like back then you had sites like Rotten.com and Style Project, STILE. And that was the stuff that showed like the really fucked up shit, like gore and weird sexual stuff like that and stuff like that.
I never explicitly went out looking for those things as a kid, but I just stumbled upon them. And the thing with like the true crime content, but the other stuff I saw as well, is like at one point you're just horrified by it, and then the horror turns into amazement, and then it's like I want more.
Yeah.
You like I said, you start becoming desensitized to it at a point. So while I wasn't looking for it, eventually, I guess a couple YouTube videos of like true crime blew up because I remember being like 11 or 12, and like I think the first true crime case I actually came across as a kid was the Peter Scully one.
Oh, okay.
So that was fucking horrifying, but then, like, it starts recommending me more of that. I'm like, okay. So, like, I wasn't specifically looking for that. Like, all I listened to all day was Nyan Cat and the fucking It's Raining Tacos or whatever. Like, I was a kid. I wasn't specifically looking for anything like that, but you just stumble upon it, and once you stumble down a rabbit hole, you just keep going deeper.
Yeah. I remember like in the early 2000s, like probably 2000, 2001, I joined an IRC channel. Now, if you don't know, IRC was like a very early, like text client. Like imagine Discord, but without any of the like visual shit. Like it's purely text, right?
Yeah,
There's
like
no,
Skype-ish.
yeah. Like there's no audio, there's no image, there's no emojis, like nothing like that. It's just text. But you join a server, and then within that server there are rooms, and you chat in those rooms. I went to one very early on. It was called Final Fight, and it was because it was ran by this guy that ran this website called Solid Sharky or something like that. There's a guy named Scott Sharkey. He had this blog, and he was a video game guy, and he wrote funny articles about video games. And then he said that he had this chat room on IRC called Final Fight, which he just named Final Fight on a whim. No after the video game, but he didn't, And no, the chat room had nothing to do with Final Fight. It was just fans of this guy. And so I joined it because, I was a fan of this guy, and then I kind of became involved in this little chat room community, some shit like that. And, they would just start posting like shit like hentai, like pretty vanilla shit at first. And I was, and at first I was like, oh, that's that cartoon porn. And then and they're like, yeah, get used to it, Raven, or whatever name I went by back then. And then then I did get used to it. And then they're just worse things. And then that's how I got desensitized to shit. Now that, mind you, they didn't show like the really worst shit. I think that ended up being more of like a Something Awful thing where they would link to Rotten.com articles and whatever that would have like the real, and then they would also have what they call pain.jpg. Now I know nowadays they would have something called the Gauntlet, where it's like people testing other people to watch a bunch of fucked up videos. This was kind of like the image version of that, where they would to troll people, and it was like all this like horrific shit. I don't even want to repeat what it is, but basically like gore and violent, whatever, just horrific, snuff shit, what I mean? Yeah. But sometimes it was used to troll other people. Sometimes it was used to troll, like people that would. So back then, linking to an image from another like server was like, what do they call?
When you're stealing other people's bandwidth.
Yeah, you're stealing other people's bandwidth, and they call that hot linking. Nowadays, it's like, who cares? Because like everyone has broadband, so like the idea, and then also there's so many free image hosting websites. Yeah. But back then, you had to like host images on your own server or whatever, or hope that there was a, like a free image.
If I need an image link of something, I just send it to myself on Discord.
Yeah. Like nowadays, it's like images or even videos is like nothing. You just upload it to YouTube or some other site. But like back then, like even images was like, I gotta find a place to host this, and then maybe somebody would have a fucking chat room or not chat room, a server I can upload this stuff to. But you know, bandwidth was pretty expensive and precious. So like when somebody else was stealing said bandwidth, they're like, "Oh, we got to get back at these people. Have it so that if set up a script that if somebody tries to access images from this forum, have it relink to pain.jpg or goatsy." Yeah, I mean, so like that was goatsy was the big one. That was the. I don't know if you know about that, but I'm not even gonna. But yeah, that was the thing.
I think I do. Yeah, based on the name, I think I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
And I don't want to remember that, but basically, I remember I told you how I had like YouTube channels as a kid, right?
Right.
They're no longer online now because like YouTube. Google now has this thing where if you haven't logged into your Google account for years, they'll just delete it.
Okay.
So those accounts don't exist anymore. So I don't have any of the videos besides some of them. Like when I was like 6-year-old and I went to get like my dog.
Okay.
You know, like I went to get a puppy or some shit. Like we went to look at puppies somewhere, and I remember taking my iPad and filming all the puppies I wanted, and then later showing my grandpa, and then being like, "Yeah, I want this puppy and this puppy and this puppy." You know, I recorded it and uploaded it to YouTube for that purpose. And sometimes my grandpa would make multiple like, Google accounts just so he could subscribe to me like twice. And then during every outro of every YouTube video, I would thank all my subscribers and I would be like, "Thank you, Grandpa! Thank you, Grandpa! Thank you." You know?
I remember when I was early YouTube, like
That's what I was up to as a kid, but I remember I was really into How to Train Your Dragon because around the time when I was a kid was when How to Train Your Dragon, like the first movie, remember, came like out. That's the first movie I ever remember watching is that one because it was just such a big impact on my life. So what I would do is I would Google like How to Train Your Dragon games, right? Funny, but then also I would click on images because I would make like Pinterest boards with all my favorite dragons.
Okay.
And, like sort them by color and type and whatever. And then I found like a toothless shaped dildo at one point. And I was like, "Mom, help."
I vaguely remember looking up stuff about Pokemon and probably seeing weird shit with Pokemon.
Yeah, like Pokemon is the porn center, but
Yeah.
like, you know, How to Train Your Dragon t-shirts. These exist nowadays of like the third movie. There exists a t-shirt where it's just the Night Fury and the Light Fury, right? So the black and white toothless basically, and they're staring at each other in the photo that's printed on the shirt. But when you find the non-cropped photo, you realize it's them having sex.
Okay.
You just don't see that like on the shirt because it's cropped, so it only shows them looking at each other lovingly. And like you're like, "Yeah, cute shirt, whatever," until you find the source.
Yeah, that.
So that was my childhood, was because like 2010s especially is what I remember. Like before that, don't remember much, right? But 2010s, having my I remember when the DS came out. That was the shit.
Yeah.
Like that kind of stuff, you know. And you're obviously like way too old past that point, but because I grew up in the era where the internet was basically fucking booming, I got to see a lot of fucked up shit. Like I can send you deep dives on some of the shit I saw, because even right now in 2024, stuff like that resurfaces onto my YouTube recommended, and then I'm like, oh, yeah, and then I click on the video, I'm like, I remember this, and then the trauma comes back, you know, because it's like, shit.
Right.
I can link you videos to, like, for example, the Danganronpa shit. I can link the video of the kid, like, it's not a video, right? But it's the picture of the kid's finger, and then it's him hissing in the background. I can link that video in the chat right now if you want to have a giggle.
Actually, I find myself kind of almost nodding off because I think I had a little. The eggnog is really affecting me, so I might actually be stopping now. Baby had too much milk, so
Yeah, all right.
yeah, so probably I got
sleep piece.
yeah. This I think I don't know why I thought this was a good idea. Well, I mean, it's not a horrible thing, but the idea of getting drunk and explaining the plot to Zero Escape, and the thing is like, I can never do. There's so much stuff that I missed. I can never do that series service. Like, if I had kept going, I'd be like, oh right, and there's this other thing, but blah 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 blah. Like that would just be on forever.
You did that.
Yeah, like, but
Mind if you did that for real? I just sit here.
yeah, because I mean, but it's like, yeah, if I had more Red Bull or whatever, and I wasn't like, but like I'm like my energy just got zapped for whatever. Well, I guess because of the alcohol, but whatever.
That's fine. We should do
a part 2.
We should do no. Well, also part 2, but we should do like a thing where, you know, you do like on your birthday, you do a birthday like subathon or whatever, where you just talk about dumb shit while being caffeinated.
Yeah.
Like the day before your birthday, you start a 24-hour stream, and then you end on the exact hour you were born at, and you're like, okay, guys, it's my birthday now.
Yeah.
I hope you had fun listening to me ramble about dumb shit from my childhood.
I'm 41 now. I'm gonna go live a normal life now. I'm done. Bye.
Yeah.
That's how I retire. It's like, oh wait, just like, oh god. Sooner or later, I'll be like, oh god, I wasted my life.
Also, we should watch like the Boogie video.
Yeah. Well, the DSP is gonna be coming out this year, so that's gonna be.
No, but we should watch like the video I linked about Boogie. We should watch that. Like, maybe like next week or something.
Oh, okay. There's another Boogie.
Thank you. Another video about Boogie's financial like stuff, right?
Oh, okay.
Like I linked that, I think. So maybe that's a good idea for next Friday, and then that you don't get drunk.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Right, that is a good idea.
Red Bull instead of getting eggnog.
Yeah.
Because you're too old to drink alcohol. You can't do it.
I'm not. I mean, I would get it hungover easier, but that's it. Like, I'm not gonna die.
Over the course of December, you've been drinking too much. You need to quit.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, this is the last time I'm gonna do it for a long while. Although when I was younger, I used to say that a lot, and then be like, next week, yeah, let's get plastered. But no, nowadays it's like months apart where it's like I decide to drink or whatever. So I just thought, like, man, this would be funny if I drank and then talked about Zero Escape, my favorite visual novels. I didn't even get to the other visual novels, but I'm too tired to do other visual novels. Not even Danganronpa. So
like part 2.
Yeah, probably, yeah. So, but yeah. So I'm gonna log off now. So,
Okay, then I'll go eat something.
yeah. So I'm gonna.
I skipped dinner because I wasn't really hungry, but now I am.
Okay.
So,
Yeah, good idea. I need to go eat something too. So,
yeah.
All right. Thanks for joining us, for joining me,
Yeah,
or whatever.
I'm sorry I barged in like that. But
Oh no, it's fine. Yeah, because the
I was like, fucking chat's not working. Whatever. I'm coming in.
yeah. All right. I'll see you later.
See you later, dude.
Later. Okay, so yeah, that was. I'm playing more God of War next week. I don't think there's anything more to say. Yeah, I'm playing more God of War next week. That's it. That's all I have to say. I'll see you guys.